drinking some coffee, chillaxing. I was trying to figure out what do I want to do here. What do we want to do here? How do we get an indicator to show up on the bottom? Down there.
Taking pictures out on the beach in Venice. Do you remember how we live in the moment? And I still keep them alive. They're still burning in my mind. Wanna take us back to then, so I can feel alive again.
I am back. I'm back and ready for more. What's up with these lines? I thought I don't. Oh, I was testing those. I was testing these for fair value. So I don't have a. This is bar state stuff. Wait, do these ones? Are these ones different? They are. Yo, so what is going on? What is happening? I'm pretty sure these are the test ones. They were. Okay, so those were the test ones. Dude, can you see down here real quick though? Okay. We're gonna update the chart. Quick lesson in the amazingness of actually we gotta start a new. We want to do a script for the bottom here for volume, like not for this part, but like I don't know how to add a bottom one yet, but we're going to add a new indicator. Real quick. Or can we make a, I want to make, like how do we add an indicator to the bottom? Add indicator. Add pine script indicator to bottom of chart trading view. Like I want it to be the bottom. Yeah, like this. But how do we write it to the bottom? Is the question. Is it because like does it default to top? I don't know what to put. Bottom one. This is for the Dimox out there from Bloodsport. If any of you know what that means. Choose a brick. Choose a brick. We're gonna call it choose a brick. We're adding choose a brick. Oh, it added it to the bottom. So, Daniel, do you see this? Now, I don't know if this is going to help though. In the sense that, does it automatically put it down though, or is there like a, so plot right here. So this is just like every day, this is always going to be here. Like you're saying that you're going to write an indicator. I have this as strategies, but you can put indicators in there. It's fine. So this is normal, right? I subbed to, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the cave. Well, you're already welcome to the cave. Thank you for, I don't know, what do we got to come up with something cool? We got to come up with something cool for sub. Thank you though. We're gonna get through this together. All right, let's. Do you have a computer yet, man? Like, what do we? So Plot has some amazing stuff here. Breeze. Because this is where you're going to want to write your stuff at. So you've got like the whole manual that's like, yo, this is your first steps. This is how you write a script. It gets all kinds of, here's the introduction. Oh, here's your first indicator right here. Like, that's how easy it is. Look at this, plot MACD. So you also have this, which is really cool. I'm going to show you right now. Bam. I don't know why I'm just not showing you the screen that I already have it up here, but check it out. For technical analysis, look at this. TA.EMA. Boom. Like that. If you wanted to plot an EMA, you don't have to get all crazy. You might have to get crazy. Oh, you would plot this, right? So that's like the cool symbol. That's all you're doing. And you say, hey, I want to plot the EMA or MA or SMA, whatever you want to do. You want to say the close, which is like, you can either say the open, the close. I forget what else there is, right? The highs, the lows. There's different things you could do. And then you say of the 15, right? And you know those numbers, because all these are averages of the last closing or the last opening or the last highs or the last lows, right? And that's all you need to do. And I know you don't use them very much, so let's check this out. Can we do TA.BB? Well, let's find out. Let's actually find out how we can do the Bollinger Bands. What does it need here? What does the Bollinger Band needs? So the middle, the series of values to process. Number of bars, standard deviation. So do you know what the Bollinger Band does, by the way? Or do you just use it? Let's just take the numbers from here, right? Because I got the Bollinger Bands up right here. What are the numbers that we normally use here? It's the 20 and the 2. So the 20 and 2, like if we go over here real quick, let me minimize this. Bam. If I look at the Bollinger Band here on Bitunix, the length and the whatever is 20. Now I'm guessing it doesn't really say if it's the close, but we'll just assume that it's the close. I'm actually curious how this is going to I thought I had a what's it called it here to do that, but let's just say the close is what we're doing, because that is one of them, right? We can see that here. And then the length is the number of bars. The default on what we're already seeing is the 20 for the length, right? And then the multi, which is the mult standard deviation we've seen was 2. So then we're just gonna go over here and drop in a 2, bam, and then we're gonna update it on the chart. And it's like, bro, you can't use that. I don't know what any of that means. So we're just gonna go over here. And we're gonna see this example. Interesting. I don't even know what this is right here, but like you already got the examples here. Let's just copy and paste this in here. Bam. Okay, well I thought it was going to be a little bit easier. But I'll show you for the EMAs. Let's just do an MA, right? What's the common MA? Close. And then let's say people like to use the 10. Bam. Is there not an MA? There's an MA. Update on chart. Oh, we can't find a function say TAMA. Lies. Oh, is there only EMAs? There is only EMAs. Why is there no moving average? Is it named something else? Do we not have a regular moving average? That sounds not plausible. I don't believe it. Let's find out, because you know how I can find it? Oh, I already took it off. Why is this in here? Is that it? That's not it. Well, okay, I guess we'll just use EMA. Jesus. Update on chart. Okay, it's on there. Now, how do we get this? Boom. And it's just that easy. We want to see the 20 EMA, right? Okay, now we're just we're screwing everything up. But you go and put the 20 EMA on there, bam. Easy. We want to change the color to this thing and say we want that one to be red. Bam. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I mean, like, this is all in the thing. Boom, red. Look how easy that is. Obviously you're not going to know offhand, but you can go through here and figure this out. Look at this, fast EMA. Boom. We can write all this craziness. It tells you how to write all these, but now I want this back down at the bottom though, so I don't know how to get it back at the bottom. Because what I want to do here is plot the volume. Does that work? Boom, so volume. So did you finish watching that video, by the way? The volume video, so I can send you the next one. Now, I'm trying to figure out what can a volume is so distinctive of, I'm just curious now. So say we wanted to say, we're going to create a value of something. We're just going to call it price volume average. And we're going to say it is, what would we divide by what? Do you normally divide the higher number? You usually use a higher number, right? And then you divide that by the lower number. That makes sense. And for, I guess for Bitcoin, so we're going to say, oh shoot. What would we use? So I guess it'd be the total movement. I'm curious first. Let's try this. So all you're really doing, like, so here's a function, right? Or here's a thing. It was called variables. Those are like placeholders. So if you want a placeholder and you're just giving it a name for something, that's called a variable, right? Like in math, A equals, or A plus B equals C, whatever you want to call it. Same thing in programming. So we're going to say price, we're going to call this price action, right? And we're going to take the high minus the, what would, crap. If we wanted the number of the difference between the high and the low, we would just grab high minus low, right? So then we're gonna just plot that out. Does that work? That does. What? How is that so similar to the volume? That's interesting. How similar is it? Is that literally the volume? No, that can't be the volume. That doesn't make sense. Let's plot the volume, and we're gonna change the color to yellow. Well, that smashed that. I guess it looks almost the same. Doesn't it? That's kind of interesting, actually. So let's just take a quick look here and say price volume action. And we're going to say price action divided by, can we do it that way? I don't know yet. We'll find out. Volume. We're just gonna comment this one out real quick.
I wish that I could hold you. See your face just one more time. Do you have the best you? Give me just a sign.
30.
I still carry a part of you.
Okay, let's switch this around and see if that changes anything. Did that change anything? You know what we could do is we can say, let's double check, right? Let's find out. And probably the best way to do this now at this point is to have two different ones going and then we can check. But let's just say price action divided by the volume. It's actually going to be hard to say. And then we'll say price action volume here. Yeah, so we can't really tell if we do it this way, but let's take a mental note here. Hold on. We can do something better called taking a screenshot. Well, then you can't see the screenshot because I don't really feel like showing you. And I don't really feel like having a picture. So, let's take a mental note of what that looks like.
Won't you make up your mind? 'Cause I'm getting tired of overthinking every move you make. And I can help you.
It does look different. So now we got to figure out which one actually makes sense. And what is more beneficial. And that would be the point of seeing what makes more sense, right? And what like the difference would be, blah 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 blah. We can see some sort of correlation to this volume, right? Volume, there's coming up, there's some movement here. Blah 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 blah. That's a whole lot of stuff that my brain just cannot do right now. Shaboom. And does this even say anything? I think this doesn't really show anything, to be honest. I don't really see any sort of correlation here. It almost just looks like the opposite. But then again, what if that's what we need, is the opposite? Dude, my neck hurts. But yeah, we want to start trying to figure out what we can do with volume here. What kind of stuff can we calculate? For our price action in comparison to the volume. So let's go back to this one. I almost feel like this one makes more sense here. Do we want it bars? What else can we do with volume? You know what I mean? How do we plot the volume, average volume over the last 20 closes? That's actually another question. How do we do that? Let's find out. Volume. AVG volume. Or volume average. How about that? Vol average. I'm going to stop using things because now I want to just volume average. And we're going to say oh yeah. So if we take the volume of the last, how do we do an average? Is it, yeah, I forgot how to do averages, right? Isn't it just the highest and the lowest? Or is it, I'm so tired right now. What the fuck is an average? Isn't it just the high divided by the low? Oh, you add them up. And then you divide by how many there is. That is an average. Damn. I need to go to school. So how can we... Oh, there's got to be a function to write that, and I don't really feel like writing out a function for that, because that would be like, let's grab an index, let's create a variable called I, and then we can number those. So there's going to be a really fast way to do that, but let's just say volume five, which would be 5 past, plus we're just going to do the last 5, okay, because I don't really feel like doing a whole lot of work here. I kind of want to see if this works first. 3. Volume of number 2. Volume of 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we do it this way? Does it work with functions this way? Let's hope so. Cool, didn't cry at us. I like that. Yo, look at that. Look at that. We just grabbed the volume and smoothed it out by some smoothiness. Is that helpful though? Is that really helpful? I don't think that's helpful though, because I mean, like, this gives us the impression that the volume is high here, and it really isn't. And that almost suggests right here that this volume was low. So see, that is what we just found out. That is not helpful at all. Unless we need to just take a bigger picture to kind of figure out like how volume has changed over. That doesn't look good to me, because it doesn't react fast enough. We're just going to take the thing of the actual volume here. I actually kind of like seeing it without the color. I think the color could kind of be semi-distracting. I don't know. Yes and no. Interesting. Dude, for reals though, have you watched the video yet? That is the big question. The video have then been watched? Yes, no. But I do want to get, in reality, some sort of correlation to price to volume ratios and see if there is a way with the video that would make sense. And like, in what way would it actually make sense? Okay, which one did we find out that wasn't good? I think it was the action. So I think this is the one we want for right now. Kind of gives us a point here. I don't think this is that much helpful either. I feel like we gotta find a way to give a number value to each one. Let's see what happens when we do the price action, right? Boom. We're gonna call this price action. So the thing about the price action, it is the high versus minus the low. That's basically the movement between the high and the low is plotted on the number here. Okay. Now, is that volume though? Not necessarily, because look at how much movement was between here and there. Is it the same? Okay, we know price action volume is no-go. So we're gonna put in here, do not use, does not work. This is just a reminder. Okay, so we're gonna plot volume right here. We're gonna say the volume color. I'm gonna use color.new and call this color equals wait, can we just put color.yellow here? And we're not gonna have any transparency. I think I actually have to put color equals, yeah, that's what I thought. So I have to put like color equals first. No? No, I can't use color.new. You're kidding me. You're kidding me, huh? Color.new. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm tripping. So we're gonna say color is equal to color.new. Boom. So now we can get rid of this. The reason why I wanted to do that is just because we can use transparency if we want to. Now, actually, let's try this. I'm gonna try something here. Smaller. Make volume small. The best way to do this is to comment in here like make volume smaller. So like we can just do this to make things like really easy. Volume divided by 2. And we're gonna call these variables right here, right? Vars. And then we're gonna just say these are how do you spell variables? Variables. I don't know how to spell variables. We're just gonna call them vars. So I don't look stupid, even though I'm saying I'm stupid. Okay, and we're gonna just say here, these are plots. This makes it really easy for us to know what's going on here. If that makes sense. So this is just an easy way to differentiate between things. Smaller, okay? Boom. So now we're gonna say divide volume. We're gonna update on the chart. So now we have a way to see those almost just does that not almost mirror that? Maybe that's all we have to do. Maybe all we have to do is look at what the difference in price of the high and low is and plot those out, and then that pretty much gives us a very good indication of volume. Look at the mirror of that. I mean, right? We're gonna have to chew on that a little bit. Huh. Dude, my freaking neck hurts. Interesting, yeah? This is very interesting. Very interesting.
Every time I think of you and I, it takes me to a special place in my mind where we can
So if we could see
and I still hope that
like this, the correlation of volume and price action that could help us in determining a certain few things. Now, we did divide this into two to just get them closer together. Now, can we plot these as bars instead? Open, high, low, close. I don't know how that would be useful. Because all I want is the close of each thing. I just don't want the lines to be averages. I'd rather them just be a single line. Like not an average of the line, if that makes sense. Yes, it's still there. It's still there. Hey, check this out. So I divided. Did you watch the volume video, by the way, that I sent you yet? But check this out. Most of it, I don't know how far you got. There's more for me. There's another one for me to send you, and then I'm in the process of watching the third one. That's a very, very long one. That's like an hour long one. And I found more videos, and I found video of the person that wrote the book. She has her own YouTube. I'm probably going to go through. But check this out. Interestingly enough, the blue line here is the price action. So this blue line is essentially the high minus the low. So if you take the high and you minus the low, it's going to give us a number, and that's what this line represents. Now I want to get just a single line if I can, so that way it's not like averaging out, you know what I mean, if that makes sense. But I mean, it's good representation for right now. This yellow line is the actual volume, but I divided this by 2 because if I don't divide that by 2, then it's like obviously it's like way higher, right?
Millions of innocent dudelings from flat, dry,
But look how
delicate hair,
close
years of using hair care products
this
not designed for men has stunted their hair's full potential. Old Spice is scientifically crafted to help make
runs
men's hair
together.
look thicker, healthier, and more moisturized. Blended
I
with
don't
a
know
mix of cleansing and conditioning ingredients specifically for men's hair. Old Spice
how to
shampoo
use
removes
that yet.
built-up dirt and oil and helps them achieve the clean and confident look they need to thrive. Most of these men will return to the wild and make a
In
full
comparison,
hair recovery. Old Spice shampoo, scientifically crafted to rescue a man's hair.
but I guess it kind of makes sense though that that's how it would be. So maybe we do have to send like, I mean, I guess we have to keep in mind that this is divided by 2, but like let's just say it's not, right? Well, we can see the difference actually. We'll just do this and just say volume. And we're gonna say color equals color.new, only because I want to be able to change the transparency of this later. Let's make it green. Right? The transparency is 0, which means there is no transparency. Okay, you can see here now. Let's make this smaller. Make this a little bigger. But you can see this is the actual volume. This is the volume divided by 2. The blue line is the difference between the high and low of the price action. Now there's got to be a way, I don't know what we would use. What if we say, like, okay, and now I'm curious. Because I don't ever see the volume being lower than the actual price action. So let's try something here. And I'm curious if this actually changes anything. We're gonna change this yellow, since because I don't really think, now that I'm thinking about it, I think this will give us a false idea of how much volume there is in comparison. But let's try now. Let's say we're gonna create another variable and we're gonna call it, we want it to say the difference price difference of price action and volume. So all we're gonna do, since we know the volume's higher, right, and we're gonna say price action volume difference, and that's what we're gonna call it. And we're gonna say that that is equal to the volume minus price action. That's not equal. Minus the price action. Boom. And for yellow, that's what we're gonna call yellow now. And we'll say this is price action volume difference. Let's update that. I don't think that helps us at all. Does it? what way does that help us? I guess it kind of does help. Like, I don't know if it does help or not. Does it help? I don't know in what way would it help though. Let's try something else as well. Let's plot. Let's do a line of the price action, volume action. We're going to say color is equal to color.new. What color do we want it to be? I don't know. Pick a color, any color. Let's do red, I guess. Okay, see, and this is where it gets kind of jacked up. See how that gets messed up? It's almost like we would need that on its own thing. And really the only way to do the difference here is this is what we're gonna do here, just to give it a higher number. Just to see if this would help us at all. Since those are single digits, we're gonna times it by 100 since we are in the 100 ranges. Just to see if it helps out anything. Not really. So we're gonna do 1,000. Just to see if there's any sort of correlation at all. And that could be too much. And I already forgot what it was. That's insane. I already forgot what we freaking put in there. So this was the volume divided by the price action. It doesn't really seem like it fits anything. Now, for the heck of it, maybe that's why we didn't see a correlation of this. Or maybe we will see a correlation now if we were to go ahead and do the same thing. Timesing that by 1,000 did not give us, holy smokes, 10,000. Does the red and the orange line give us anything? Anything useful? You know what? The only thing. No. Nice. Doesn't really give us anything. I don't think it gives us anything. And it could be something I'm not seeing, but I'm not really seeing anything useful out of the two. Like if this is going down and this is going up, does that show us anything? Like, I don't really think so. So we know at the moment these don't help. So we're gonna save this and go back to this. So we know at the moment that the green line is the actual volume line, and the yellow line is the difference in minus the difference in price action. I almost feel like that's semi-helpful because this is basically minus this line. That's all that's minusing from the thing. Move out of the freaking way, man. Out of the way. How am I gonna click if you keep moving in my way? Could this be useful? Is the question. Like, what is the difference between the actual volume and how much the price is moving? I feel like that could be useful. Could be useful. I don't know how it could be useful. In what way? I mean, like, that's what we're looking for, right? To figure out how this market is moving. But what is it going to tell us is the question. actually seems like, well, the further away it is, obviously, is how fast. Okay, you know what? We didn't check this out in lower time frames. And would it be beneficial to see them inverted? No. Wouldn't timesing it by a negative number give us a negative number? Oh no, sorry. That's not what we're trying to... We want the difference to be the negative number. And this is just to figure out if it actually helps us with anything, you know what I mean? Can we see something different? I don't think that's helpful, so that's a no. Yeah, I don't really think that helps. Like, in what way does that help? Doesn't really feel like it helps. Because, I mean, they're pretty much so close to each other that it's going to be inverted anyways. It's not like they move on a separate plane. So all that's really going to do is just come together when it's low. I mean, it kind of helps in the sense that it makes us be able to see these things visibly. The one question is that why is it so so if we look at it like this, I mean, we can see that, yeah, that really is not helpful. Oops. This is more helpful, actually, having all of them on. Maybe. I guess that feels like this could be helpful. This freaking volume right there is just crazy though. The reason I say that this could be helpful is because if the blue line is the actual price of high to low, and this is just the difference between this and that, not sure. Because this basically said that the price between high and low is kind of like decent. So these coming together is more like it's squeezing. I don't know. That kind of tells us like how much it's actually moving, right? When we look at this on the 15, that's giving us a different picture here. Whereas the green line is the volume, and then how much it's actually moving in comparison, and then the difference between the two. There might be something here. There actually might be something here. I don't know what. But I think these are some good lines that we could probably use somehow. Volume, difference. The actual price differences. Because Because that's almost telling us like, look, the actual volume is kind of low for how much this actually moved. This volume is actually kind of higher for how much the volume actually moved, right? Because all this line is telling us is the difference between the high and the low. The blue line is literally only the difference between the high and the low. Which here is showing us again. Volume kicked in. This is the difference between the two. Just taking the volume and minusing the thing. Now it almost seems like the yellow line is not as important. It sort of is though. It's showing us the difference between like how far the difference. And as they become less of a difference, it pops in together. We could be on to something here. Choose a break. That's awesome. That's probably the funniest thing. I'm very interested in using this now. I'm very, very interested in seeing if this actually is helpful for what I want to do. This could be helpful. I'm actually kind of excited about this.
The fresh scent of a trip to Fiji. Without the
All right, so
Old Spice
I
Fiji
think
body wash and deodorant.
we didn't get any trades in, but I think we're done. I think
Long-lasting freshness. Fresher than a fresh Fiji breeze.
I think this is helpful though. I feel like that could be way helpful. On the lower time frames though. I think the higher the time frames, the less helpful it is. Because the price movement, the volume and the price movement changes. But that could be something that we need to figure out as far as what makes sense in multiplying by like tens, you know what I mean? Like maybe at 4 hours we got to multiply it by 10. Just because there's going to be a lot more volume. If that makes sense. In comparison to how much price action movement possibly. I don't know. But would that give us a false sense of how much it's moving? So maybe just the difference between the two is helpful here, whereas on the lower time frames, as you get to the lower time frames, maybe the difference between is more evident. So the yellow line becomes a little bit less prevalent in that respect. Like we're gonna have high peaks there. So that's gonna be a little rough in my opinion. Maybe that's why we didn't see it before. And maybe that's where we're going to have to figure out what is a good correlation in time zone or time frames. And how much should move like that, like I just said. But it seems the lower the time frame, the more helpful it almost seems like it gets. Because now we're seeing very high movements in comparison to the volume. It's almost like the inverse of it. So I feel like there's something here that is quite, oh my gosh. There's something here. I think there's something to it that possibly can be useful. I don't know yet what, but that could be that. I gotta go pee. All right. There's a whole lot of crap going on this screen. What in the crap? I can't tell what the heck is going on, man. Who decided to have all these stupid things on here? Why? What do we have over here? This seems all simplistic. Dude, we had all kinds of stuff. Why did it look all fine earlier? Oh, you know why? Because we had this thing hold bare. Like everything seems like, why do we have so much stuff? Like, do we need all that stuff? It does seem like a lot of stuff, man. Holy shit. Let's just take a look at the day real quick. I'm just curious. What's going on? On the day, we're at a resistance zone right here. Like, obviously we can see there's a zone right here, right? Like, that's pretty evident that there is a line here that it came up, touched down, and went up, came back, kind of hit into the zone, came down, touched that. We came down, we touched it, we broke through. It came down and stopped here, and then it broke through, and it started to come up and came back through. And now we're back at it. So now we're at a position where we want to find out what the heck is going to happen right now. What is it doing? I mean, that's pretty evident that that is a resistance zone. Obviously it stopped here, right? Because there's a point here that I kind of hit. Is there something back here that we just don't see? I don't know. But we could obviously see that this was a line. And we're gonna change these other lines because those are so freaking thick that they're kind of distracting. So we're gonna drop those down into that. I like that. Let's grab those and let's make those a little bit lighter as well. And let's make this like maybe red or something. How about we make it a lighter red? Let's just make it a... So this line's not perfect. We're just in the zone, right? It just makes sense. It's not that big of a deal. But anyways, we're kind of stuck in this area here. It's funny. We made ourselves a little pendant there with this line. But anyways, that's what it's seeming to look like now. I don't know how many times do we adjust this. Do we adjust it now? Do we leave it the way it was? Like, what are we supposed to do? I have no idea. Don't ask me. I'm not the freaking technical master of the world here in line drawing abilities. We could have. Um, I mean, RDMA doesn't sound bad unless it's already used. But but I get what you're saying. Like, I mean, it rolls the same way. N and M sound the same, so I mean, like, when it rolls off the tongue, it's practically the same. Unless there's already an RDMA. Could be. Dude, I need some more coffee. Yeah, I know. Right? Um, trying to think of something. I mean, let's just make it our DNA. Screw it. Like, I mean, honestly, that's not a bad name at all. Regardless of like how that like we like how that started coming up. Let's just, bro. That's the name. Fine. Let's like hold on. Not athletes. Okay, there is an RDNA2 custom like shirt thing that are coming up. Here, let me show you. But that's more. Oh, that's just a. That's just a gaming. I mean, we could call it like Northern Athletics or something, you know. You know what though? I kind of like our DNA. If we could actually use that because of what it actually sounds like, we can be like, yeah, like our our whole motto is like it's our DNA, right? Like Under Armour is like the whole dude, that works so well though. Yeah, it's in our DNA. Like that works so well. Like the whole thing is like, what do you represent? You know what I mean? It's our DNA. It's like it's us. It is who we are as a person. You know what I mean? Like Nike is just do it. Like let's just get it done. Under Armour is like protect the athlete, and this could be it's our DNA. Like, it is who we are. Like, whatever we put into our sports, it's who we are as a person. Right? Like, holy crap. Like, that is, it's a wrap. On this day, what day is it? May 11th, 2024. We have it on social media already. It's already out there. We're coming up with RDNA as a t-shirt or as an apparel brand. Boom. We gotta actually logo creation time. Dude, seriously. Like, okay, you know a lot about actual logo design, right? Like, if you look at Pepsi, you look at Coca-Cola, you look at all the sports teams, blah 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 blah. Like, the actual logo is very, very simple. It's just because they're made to be recognizable. You know what I mean? Like, you take half of Burger King, you cut half of that. Yeah. It doesn't have to be like super symmetric, but it has to be so basic and recognizable that you can take half of each logo. So like, if you take major company logos, right? Like, GE is not necessarily, well, I guess that's half symmetry. It doesn't have to be fully symmetric. They do have a lot of symmetry involved. Like, oh, let's take an example here. BIC is not symmetric, but if you take like half of this away, you're gonna know what that is. Vans, right? You take half of Vans. The logos change over time, so like, you could do RDNA. Like, I mean, look at Dove, right? We could almost do just RDNA, maybe, if we wanted to put like a DNA logo, like the spiral, a DNA spiral. Like, Jack in the Box is not necessarily symmetric, but it is, you know what I mean? Like, I think RDNA, just the letters would be fine, at least for now. And if we wanted to like add a thing, that we would just put the DNA. Yeah, something very simple, easy, done. Like, we're already done. We're already done. Like Gap, right? That's how simple a logo could be. Mazda. I mean, that's the symbol for Mazda. I mean, we can have necessarily two logos, right? Honda is just an H. World Wildlife Fund. I forgot about that. But Gap, look at Gap. It's literally just exactly, because that's what makes it so cool. Because like, when we branch these off, like, it's still within the vision of our DNA. Like, dude, we can even start like a way to because there's companies that do this, and it's what is it called? And I think Amazon might be trying to branch into this section, and we might just have to push a little bit faster. But they're for instance, we can make this whole jersey creation thing like super simple for people. You know what I mean? Kind of like we could, because it's die sub, like we can make a branch out of it, like U, like small U, right? A small U, RDNA, and this will be the area that people could go in and make like the one-off t-shirts for, you know how people do. It's like, yeah, it's just like it's our trip, it's our vacation trip, and they wear, you know how weird people. You know what I mean? You've seen it. Don't tell me you haven't seen it. It's the weirdest thing. But like, you can have the we can have the RDMA, like that's taken already now. We got that. But that could be the other subsection of like the one-off custom shirt designs that we just boom. Right? But the RDNA is like the main athletic boom, like our apparel line right there. URDNA. Already a third option. Already a third option we have. Upload your face, picture, whatever you want. Boom. Solid. Solid. Like, and those would be like the really simple things, like people right? That is the so simple thing. You know how people do that? You upload your picture, make a t-shirt out of somebody's face. Like, you know, there's websites for that. I mean, like, that would be ours. URDNA. That is. But it's like, well, like, it's your you know, your DNA, right? But you know what I mean? URDNA. Boom. Boom. Solid. Solid as solid could be. I like it. We're there. We're so there. So who did I use for an LLC to do all the paperwork and do all the cool stuff for me? How to start a California LLC with confidence. It's basically $0 plus the state filing fee, which we already know is a decent amount. I don't know how much you know about LLCs. I think it would be a S LLC. I know there is S Corp, but I think there's two forms of LLCs, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, we could make this happen. I think there's two different forms of LLCs. We become members. California has to pay, it's $800. $800. Then you got the Bitunixes. So, luckily, we don't have to. I mean, like, if we're pulling in $5 million, that's not going to be anything, right? I think there's two, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we are not a single member. We would be a limited liability partnership. Right? You must be licensed. Okay, no, that's not us. We're not a single, so we would just do this one. Either a disregarded entity for federal purposes has only one member. Will be either, so we're not gonna. We don't really need to do this one. Limited, a partnership that has more than one owner, so it'd be us. A limited liability partnership. Limited liability, limited partnership, or a series limited liability company. An LLC being taxed as a corporation. So we just got to figure out, like, between these two, right? Dude, for reals. That's where we could do a cool, like, a DNA structure of something cool and make it all like, bam. And then within the little things, we have the different sports like tennis and freaking, like, you know, softball, baseball, tennis, whatever, paintball, if we want, like, you know what I mean? But maybe the right. I would say if we can incorporate the most major sports like baseball, basketball, soccer, football, as far as like putting a jersey that like incorporates like the major sports and make it look super cool. That'd be like a really big key, because I think like softball is gonna fall under baseball. You know what I mean? Like, it looks so similar. Nobody's gonna tell the difference. And you have like, oh, so why is there two baseballs? I mean, I guess we could throw like a baseball bat and then two, make, you know, have a white and red ball and yellow and red ball. Depends if we can make that happen. That still looks cool. Wonder if we could incorporate like DNA structures. Maybe we use a strand of DNA like going across the top, you know what I mean, of the jersey, and then like each, like, you know how it spirals, but like at each section it's just broken up and has like the iconic, you know, baseball swing thing. I don't know what would be iconic. Maybe the iconic logo for like the football guy, right? And then like the iconic tennis with the tennis ball, you know, tennis racket and a tennis ball, like in between each of the things, and then it all branches out and like is like together, sticking the parts of the DNA together somehow. Yeah, as far as like advertisement, yeah, I think so. Right, right. Like, well, I mean, we'd probably have one that we would just like wear for yeah, like the actual material and all that stuff that we would wear, and then we would have like the cool looking one that um is like our advertisement one, and then like some that looks just super cool, um that people are like, damn, okay, right? Like, we don't even really have to put sports apparel on there. You can just put RGNA and it just looks like, oh shit. You know what I mean? And if we can, probably the best thing we could do is come out with like some cool um dude, the KCD plumbing ones always, like, seriously. Right? Um See, that's okay, so this is what's cool about this, right? Like, we basically form the parent company, the apparel, blah blah blah. And then we can go straight into subsection. We can go straight into being like, subsection would probably be the first thing that we actually use the most of. Um, and then basically the RDNA is literally like the maker, the actual, like, oh shit, you know, that's like basically, because like we can make shirts out of Under Armour or Nike, right? Those are like, you know what I mean? Like, you have football team stuff that have like their Nike stuff, right? You have football, you know, uh, an Under Armour logoed things of, and it's a Nike shirt, right? Or, you know what I mean? So we can kind of like go straight into subsection and make all this cool stuff that people are like, dude, these are the jerseys, these are like cool shirts that we blah 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 blah. And then they're like, dude, this is kind of cool, like I like this. And then we kind of like, at that point we're building the brand recognition of the actual shirts themselves, like the actual apparel themselves. And people are like, oh cool, like, all right, cool, go to this, like, you know, if we want to start, this is, go to this website, dude, it's RDNA, you know, blah 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 blah. And they just start, you know, there'll be like subsection right there. Go to subsection, that's where you want to create your blah 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 blah. You know, that makes sense. So that way, like, kind of the apparel company itself is like, boom. And then it's just like the added stuff. We've got Risen, we've got subsection, we're gonna have like the golf thing, but it's all, you know what I mean? It's all like, get to have golf polos that, you know, people golf in. And then, like, you know, then it becomes that, I guess you could say. Does that make sense? Because there's a difference of things like that. Because you know how, like, oh, like, you make jerseys, cool. What, you know, who do you go through the jerseys, right? And that would be the thing, because at the point that people are like, oh, we want to do our own jerseys and we want to make them ourselves and blah blah blah, and be like, cool, yeah, go to RDNA. You can make your own jersey, blah 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 blah, and you can work with us directly to make your own jerseys. It could be blah blah blah, but that's the, you know, the apparel company. So that way, if they really wanted to do their own and all that, that's not you know. And then we can be like, dude, these are the jerseys we make, blah blah blah. You could sell jerseys on your own, like, you know what I mean? Like, we could start pulling in people that make jerseys. on their own and they're already outsourcing them anyways, right? Like Krasner, he doesn't have his own freaking thing putting them together. He doesn't have his own company that he's, you know what I mean? So then that's where the RDNA comes in as the parent company. Like, yeah, okay, boom, you can make your jerseys. I don't care. You want to continue to still make your jerseys? Bam, hit us up. What material do you like? We have these options. We can go to them and be like, look, these are the materials right here. Here's the samples. Which ones do you want? Blah, blah, blah. And we can have face-to-face conversations with the people locally. And then jump from there too. So that way we're not like, it's really awesome because in the community, right, we're also not trying like it way it doesn't seem like we're over here like, dude, we're trying to step on your toes, blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? Like make your jerseys through subsection, like we'll be making them like subsection like itself, like when we do softball jerseys that make it look all cool, you know, the way, you know, making some stuff like we talked about, we do it under subsection. So that would be like the branding of that, like, so we could kind of make it sound like, yeah, we're totally separate, boom boom boom, but it's just the apparel brand itself that actually does the physical making of them would be the RDNA. And that's where that will kind of start to kick off, and we take those people into being like, oh dude, I really like this, and people are already wearing this stuff for the jerseys that they're doing. And then when they have shirt, like then we come out with the shirts and we pitch this whole thing to like try to get this into Dick's Sporting Goods and other places that sell sports apparel. We'd be like, oh yeah, dude, like our jerseys are made out of these. Like, dude, I totally just want a regular plain RDNA freaking jogger. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is something I can go out on a run with. It's not all crazy loud, and it's just a regular shirt that has RDNA logo on it. And that's where that becomes a thing that kicks off, because they're already wearing the stuff to begin with. And they're like, oh, I know this brand. I wear this brand for my jerseys. And then like, we don't even have to be like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like people will just be like, oh, what the heck? Like, dude, these guys are buying these guys' jerseys. Like, they won't even know. Like, we don't even have to now be a part of that conversation, right? It'll just get so big that, you know, this is like even other people that are making jerseys, and then like it's coming with like the tag. You know how like Sports Authority tag, right? Look up the subsection symbol. like, dude, that's, why not? Why not? That could just be the logo for subsection. Why not? See how simple things are? Right? There's so many things that just fell into our laps right now. Like, it just... See, and that's where it's cool that we could kind of like, you know what I mean? Because now, like, as the apparel company that, like, say, let's just say, we'll use Krasner, because Krasner's like just everywhere, right? I mean, like, he makes a lot of jerseys for a lot of people, right? Once we get somebody like him, and just not just him, but like throughout the entire community of softball, like at tournaments and blah blah blah, who make jerseys, once we get those people and they're wearing the jerseys, and they, you know, they've come like That way they can still make their profit. We're not like stepping on their things or anything like that. Like, this is how much it costs for us to make them. They can make profit off of these things still. And now it's just coming with like the Sports Authority logo, you know, or whatever. What's that apparel company here? J. Carroll, right? So J. Carroll, I don't know how to spell Carroll. Okay, you got J. Carroll screen printing, right? We can hit them up, right? They just do screen printing. This is a brand that they use. American Apparel. Right? I think that's what I was thinking about, Sports Authority. But this is what they use. You know what I mean? Like, oh, like I know like this, like we blah 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 blah. Right? This can be us right here, American Apparel. But our DNA. And so when people go to make their jerseys and their hoodies, right, they're like, oh, cool. And then it just becomes like, oh, cool. Like they're using, this could be a selling point to the people that make jerseys themselves and has their own like brands, right? They could be like, oh, cool. They actually use our DNA freaking jerseys. I like those jerseys. I like the material that they use, and you know what I mean? Like, that becomes a thing. And I think that's what puts our foothold into having the apparel company come alive in a sense, and where once we hit like Dick's or something like that, people are just gonna be like, oh snap. We'd have to probably maybe sponsor a race or something like that, like a, you know what I mean? I think like shorts, if we can get like maybe basketball shorts, because a lot of people like wearing basketball shorts, like kind of just regular like sporty shorts that people like to wear. Yeah. Essentially, so we want to like, we'll be hitting a manufacturer that actually, because like a wholesaler would be, so you have different, okay, so here's the different areas of that this happens at. You've got your textile company, right, and they sell to the factories, right, the actual apparel factory. And that's the people that like stitch everything together, blah 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 blah, and this and this and that. A wholesaler is going to be usually like somebody that you, like, say we had a bunch of say we made a bunch of t-shirts, right, a bunch of like, so Dick's would buy from a wholesaler, because the wholesaler is going to buy like 2 million of our shirts, and they're going to sell to Dick's, and they're going to sell to whoever else, like companies like Dick's. Yes, so we want the guy that's before the wholesaler. Now I've got to log into my account, so that the people that I used when I made our like the throwback jerseys, and then when I made these shirts, they make apparel for soccer teams, for one of the World Cup teams and stuff like that. That's why I chose them. Now that from that point on, it's like really what we want them to do, right? We want, so I don't want to, like, let's just say like we get to decide this is the actual material we want for the actual color, right? We want it to be, I think I have some samples. I have some samples in that box too. But we can think of it as like, these are just samples of stuff that they've done. But we actually, like, we're gonna be hitting to the point of like this is an actual company like that does everything. So we get like basically we get to be like Nike and Under Armour, and we go to them and we say, hey, we want this material for the collars, we want this material for the actual shirts. We can even tell them we want this specific type of stitching that stitches the stuff together, blah blah blah, and this is what we want you to print on there. Like that's how much control we have over them. So like I can find, I need to get logged back into the account, because we could use them, we could use the same place. We just have to be very diligent in working with them and saying like, you know, working together and be like, okay, this is a fabric that we like, you know what I mean, and this is the kind of colors that we want, like this is the fabrics that, you know, we can get from them, and if they don't have a fabric that we want, we could be like, get it, or we could find another place that does, right? So I mean, like that's how much control we have over it. So that way it's not like, this is what they do, right, for big companies. So we don't have to like kind of worry about that portion of it. And it's going to be like, hey, what is, you know, that's where it becomes the key. Like, what's your turnaround time? Blah, 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 blah. And then like, obviously once we hit a certain level, like we can have a way better turnaround time if we're ordering a certain amount. When we did our jerseys, I don't remember how. See, that would be awesome. I don't remember how long it took us to get the throwback jerseys once we put the order in. It wasn't that long. Like I don't, you know, people had their issues with the throwback jerseys, but don't think of it as like, oh, that's just like the stuff that they have. It's just like, that's what I chose. You know what I mean? Because most people don't realize like the stretchy, like spandex is actually like, you'll notice that a lot of companies are going towards that because it's the more expensive. And so there's different ratios of spandex you can use, but like we could choose whatever fabric we want and whatever thickness we want it to be. So that's just kind of up to like us, like how much stretch do we want it to have? If that makes sense. Like, so that's going to be all according to the fabric we choose. So like, we don't have to stick with one fabric. We could, you know what I mean? Like, they basically like how they only have two fabrics. Like, we'll probably pick between 2 or 3 different fabrics that we like for jerseys, and then we just say, hey, these are the ones that we're gonna pretty much, we know that works for jerseys, for softball jerseys, right? And then like depending on what else kind of company it is, like there is fabrics that we could be like, this is made for football. You know what I mean? This is made for soccer. Blah blah blah. Because there is going to be a difference. Like for running, you want a really really thin. Like when we make running shirts. Right. So it's yeah, I gotta find that box. I'll try and find it tomorrow. So once I find that box, then we can get like, there's literally like I've got a whole thick thing like this. And then what was cool, because here's the other thing. Color wise, I had them print out the color swatches of like the most used color swatches, like basically the numbers, because like that way we have an idea. Like I went full board with this to start setting up for it, so we'll have like a lot of some work of it done already, because what we see on our screens of the colors could be a little different, and We could be like, hey, this is the exact color. See, for reals, we could do that. Like, we can even have our own. Like, you know how like there's the companies like that have like the softball pants that have cool designs that match the shirts. Like, we could do that. Boom. We could sell packages. Like the people that sell packages. Hmm? Hmm? What I would like at some point too, if we can, is get to a point that we can make backpacks, or like not like back. Well, I guess backpacks too, but what the heck are those called? Holy crap! Like the softball bags, right? So think of this. People are building. So here's another thing that was already in my mind. Just because that's just the way my mind thinks. When I heard that people are building like the whole structures inside of the softball bags, right? What if we have them made with them already in there? Even if our first ones aren't that great, you know how many of those we would sell just because we would be the first ones that have them in there? You know what I mean? I don't know like the best way to do that, but like that's what was like in my mind. As soon as I started hearing that, I was like, why don't we just make some that have them then? You know what I mean? Yeah, like some people like their stuff collapsible, but like, you know, most people here we could have two different versions. Ones that have like we could make a rollers that have freaking some with them built in, some without, because some people like to take their stuff out. I don't know. Most people I know for softball stuff, they don't. They want all their stuff in there. Most people in paintball, they already have all their stuff in there. Now, most of them don't build cool things like that, but that is because in paintball, though, usually you come roll it, you drop it, blah, blah, blah. But in softball, most of the time, they're all vertically standing up, and that's why you want to build the structure into it so it can keep its shape and it keeps the stuff in there the way you want it to be kept in there. Now I'm kind of thinking of paintball ones. Like, I know that they want it to be not, but like then we can have the ones that stand up and then it has the roll out mat at the bottom. It just rolls out. You get to be able to change. You get to have your gun in there, all kinds of cool, like bam, bam, bam. Oh, paintball marker. Let's not say that on YouTube. That's it. I'm already banned. 6 months. Got jacked. Use the G word. Paintball markers. So we could seek out the company that makes those. Like, we're already like 20% there. I think we I think we solved a thing here. I think we solved it. It's happening. There's no way it doesn't happen. I think we're way too connected in the companies to in our field of sports. The skeleton roller bag. I like it. That's probably the best. The best name for that. Okay, you know what we probably have to do with that one? We probably have to look into what's that called? Patenting that. Luckily, we actually discussed this on social media, so we can kind of have like initiatives. See, that's the coolest thing is social media. Like, is like a very good way of proving that we're, you know what I mean. So we have got the skeleton bag with a roller bag with structure. We got our DNA as the sports apparel and equipment, sports apparel and equipment name for all sports. I think those are the two biggest things, that the trademark for that, and probably patent for the skeleton bags, since nobody's doing it. So patent pending, skeleton roller bag, structured roller bag. Our DNA. Sports apparel and sports equipment. Done. We got it. It's ours now. Forever. Forever ours. Patent pending. Real quick, think about this while you watch the videos. The video, whenever you are watching it. This blue line that I have here. Pitcher's bag. What would the pitcher's bag be? With all the cool the mask and all that stuff. Hold all the mask and the padding and all that cool stuff. I like it. Make sure we have like cool loops on the outside so we can carabiner certain things on like that too. Like if they don't want it inside, like you want it on the outside. Maybe what I'm thinking is a lot of bags have like the internal compartment for shoes. I'm kind of wondering if there'd be a, like, some people have the loops on the back of the shoes for you to carabiner those on. I wonder if it'd be cool if you just have like a mesh outside section that's just on the outside that you just put your shoes in. So I guess it depends. And my helmet and shin guards. So what if the roller bag had like an attachable, like boom, it's like Go Power Rangers, it attaches to the thing on the side, like bam. And Belco strap that bad boy on there like whoosh. or some kind of like zip up side thing. So you like if you're not a pitcher, it's just, you know, you've got the Molly what are those the Molly system, what is it called, Molly attachment. Oops. Right. So we're gonna have like this Molly attachment system, right? So that way it's not, you just have like some random freaking, and then people can have other uses for them to strap other stuff on them. So we can have this on the side of the bags, that you can have, like, if you're a pitcher, you could buy this separate attachment bag that can have the shin guards, the helmet, bag for them, and then you just like strap that on as a secondary thing that you could buy, so that way people don't have to buy, you know what I mean? And then it can just be like, boom, this attaches to your bag already. A bag that you already have. Or you don't have to attach it, so it could have like straps so you carry like a backpack too if you wanted to. So you do that. That seems kind of cool. It'd be like separate carryable, or you can use the Molly system to attach it to the bag. Or some other really quick way to attach it to it, like I'm not pitching today, I'm not bringing it because I don't want to carry it. Quick release, like it snaps in like ping ping. Or if you don't even want to snap it in, it still has a handle carry little thing. Bam. I like it. Yes. I'm like thinking of other stuff we could do. Oh, that is the one. The brother is the maker of. I like this company, by the way. This has so you can also do direct to garment if we wanted to do like a cotton. I could have swore they have dye sub. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. First would be the apparel stuff. I think maybe if one of the first things, if we can jump into, would be the hat embroidery stuff. This, I think, might help bridge some of the gap between us and other like other jersey companies. you know, like the Krasners and shoot, I can't remember the other names right now. That's just the one that came to mind right now, just because I said it earlier. But you know what I mean? Like, I think if we can get maybe one of the first machines we buy that we do in-house is the hat embroidery, because I think that will help us bridge a gap between them. I don't know if we can get a hat. I mean, like, I'm sure we could find people to make hats, but like a company, like I said, that would make the apparel. Like, we could do that for hats, but like maybe we don't need to right away. I'm just curious to see what pricing we would have. Oh, actually, I could find out if I still have access to, if I could still have access to one. Just be like, we're trying to get a company going. Would you allow us to use it or help us? Blah 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 blah. Because if we can bridge without them feeling like we're trying to dupe them or anything like that, we can be like, hey, this is a service that we provide also, like as far as the RDNA, like it's still your jersey, blah blah blah, but you can also have hats. Like, this is another thing we do. Like, again, it's still, you put whatever the heck logo you want on it. I mean, we definitely first run with like what we talked about, but I could probably, if we don't already have and we don't have access to one, I think I can get this next year in March, if we haven't exploded in our trading either. I'm all thinking like, because that would be super helpful. The only thing with like hats though, right? They're expensive. Like, just the base hat itself is expensive. I mean, I don't think we like. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, there's gonna be a point where people like our stuff. Like, and this is where we can be in the community of it. Like, technically, we aren't screwing anybody over. We're really not. We have subsection. We make our own jerseys just like they do, and if they like our jerseys and like what we do, then they're going to pick us. The having the apparel section like as the parent company, this is let's just say where's Not directly, anyways. Let me add that in there. Not directly, anyways. This is where we put eyes on us. That is how we put eyes on us, and that is how we put eyes on subsection. Because there is a point where there is a point where if people like our designs better and our design ingenuity and our ability to do it, then that's it. Like, for instance, let's be real here. We're gonna be selling the same stuff that they sell, right? And we could be like, hey, look, essentially our prices are the same prices that you would be giving, because like the apparel company is separate. So our prices to do stuff is the same prices that you would charge anybody else. Then occasionally we could run specials. Why can't we run specials? Because we own the apparel company. Which means we just happen to run our specials right before softball season starts. That's not our fault. That we can get better pricing on the apparel side of it. 10% off between the month of blah 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 to blah 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 on having the jerseys done and made. Because like the apparel company to their jersey company, we will be making money because we make the apparel. I don't even remember. I know we sold them cheaper than normal. What normal jerseys? That's why I was trying to log into my thing. I have to like, I either have to spin up the same email address, the same domain name, or basically contact him and get it. That's what I'm trying to find out. I want to say it was like $10 less than what we put everybody down for. Yeah, whenever I try to log in, it's like being a baby about it. Let me see if I can't go through the help. Oh, I should definitely change. Since I'm logged in, I gotta change. No. All right, I got logged in. Let me find out. That wasn't it. Those were also 50. Holy crap. I want to say it was like 20. Yeah. So probably then maybe they were the $12 maybe they were the $12 one, and then it was like because I have a few orders here. Yeah, no, it is. It was a $12 one, and then there was like, you know, tax and shipping and all that made it, you know, obviously the prices go up. And then I ordered other stuff at the same time, so I don't know exactly how much like shipping is compared to, because it's like there's customs. I wanted to say it added like a few bucks per thing. So it's gonna be very similar in cost. So like if we did that, right, let's just say it came out to, and I'm thinking maybe 17 or 18 bucks per. So let's just say maybe it cost us 20 to 25 for, now I can't remember. Like if it was 35, then it probably costed about like 25, and if it was 25, it probably cost about 15, and maybe a little bit more. But because I think that's about where it was. It's either 5 or 10 bucks. We weren't sure about like customs and all that stuff, but customs didn't really bother us too much. And so I think the thing would be like, let's just plan on it being like maybe 25 bucks a jersey. So if we charge, so let's say it cost us 25 bucks. Let's just use that number. Let's say it cost us 25 bucks for the jersey. Wait, how much does a jersey for us cost? Like through that company? I already forgot. Like how much is it? It's like 40. Did she say it was like, so it's 55 for the hoodie? I already forgot. How much is it? I mean, like, I don't care if you guys are making money off it. It doesn't really bother me at all. So let's just say like the hoodies, right, are 55 each and 45 each, and jerseys are 35 each. So like say it cost us 25 to make. We sell it to the people. It's probably like 20. Let's just say it makes whatever it is. We basically, I'm fine with like $5. Let's just say from the other company, like other people we sell it to, we give $5 per thing. Like on the actual cost of it. And we'll do the same thing that the other companies do, is charge them the art fee, blah 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 blah. So we don't lose on that. And what do you think? Well, just put it this way. I don't care because I'm gonna pay it anyways. Or well, obviously I already paid it. But I already know like this is just how the world works, so I don't care if you or guys are making money off of the jerseys that we get. I don't care. Like even next year, if you're like, hey, just a jersey, like you know, say we don't go through this, and you're like, next year we got different jerseys, and it costs this much for blah blah blah. I don't care. Like I'm right. Like that's business, and I don't. So if you aren't, what if we? Because we know, like, the Krasners and everybody, those people are making money off of it. They aren't doing it. They're not doing it not to make money. We don't. Okay, see, so we know that the Krasners and stuff, they are making money right off of it. They basically are like, come through us and blah blah blah, and then they make, I don't know how much they charge, but I know it's more than 35 bucks for the jersey, I think, right? So we would have our cost for them, like, so say those people, you know, if they use us, Fat Boy charges their like 25 for theirs. So now is that okay? But what would Fat Boy be? Would that be right? So like then we can set our own cost, right? And whatever we come up with and whatever it cost us, like the people that make jerseys, like, see, and that's the thing. The people, damn, why can't I remember any of the other names? Anyway, the people like Kraz, like they aren't doing it. They're getting it cheaper, right? So whatever they're getting it for, basically we will try and match them. For whoever they're going through to get their jerseys, we'll try and match those prices if we can. If our quality's better, we're just gonna be like, no, we are not matching that price, blah blah blah, but ours is better. If you like ours, that's fine. If not, I don't care. And this is where the toe stepping happens, I guess you could say. Because if we do it better, like you said, boom. But maybe we, in order to kind of facilitate some of that, maybe we just, some of those we eat at cost, you know what I mean? Like we're not gonna eat unless it's necessary. I don't think we should eat any cost. Like we might eat cost in work as far as like making it happen just to get the apparel portion out there, and kind of think of it as more brand recognition. Like we would approach them more as the apparel company, right? Those people that already have like their jersey company, we would approach them as an apparel company and not as a jersey making, like, you know, jersey apparel company. And then we can roll from there. Without shipping. Okay. So if that is what our cost is, right? Like we would definitely be able to beat that going through one of the other companies. But if that's our cost, then that's what we would charge another company, right? Like Or that's what we would charge, like for instance, for subsection. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? And then because like we'd have, or maybe we charge a little bit more than that. I don't know. Like for our normal people, the way we start out. Yeah, but that's honestly, that's like what we would do, and we would eat our own cost that way. Like that's the cost that we're gonna eat. That is the cost eating. Like we don't have to pay for these things. Like this is where our sacrifice would come from, is us doing the graphic design for these things. Does that make sense? And the more we do, the better we get at it, the faster we get at it, the faster we get through these programs. Like Adobe Illustrator is 100% the major program that almost like 99% of the industry uses for this. Obviously, you know that graphic designers, they all use Adobe products. They use Adobe Illustrator for a lot of clip art and all that kinds of stuff, and then they use a lot of printing is Adobe Illustrator. Here, let's go here. And then Photoshop, we obviously know, is like the industry standard for graphics. You know what I mean? And look at that. Helpful. Let me just highlight this. And slowly move away from that. And I'll bring my computer when we get a chance to sit down and in person and talk about stuff. But I mean, like, this is one of the industries. It's not the industry standard, but it is a very high industry portion of the industry standards for videos. Like Fireworks, Adobe Premiere, they make industry standard stuff, right? So depending on what you want to do, image editing and design, Photoshop, vector graphics and illustration. I think we already looked at this. But this is typically what they want. The program is a .ai, which is vector graphics. This is what they want for this is what logos are mostly created out of. And then obviously everybody knows Photoshop. So I mean, like, when we use Photoshop though, we have to make sure that basically all you really got to do is make sure that your dude, look at this. We have the tools now to compete. We literally have the tools to compete. You know what else is cool? If we wanted to, and there's a point where they have so you have Illustrator, you can create your vector graphics. You have Photoshop that does flyers, which shows posters, make it like super graphical. You have Adobe Express, I think that ties a lot of stuff together, easily makes social content, flyers, logos, blah 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 blah. InDesign for I thought InDesign was for websites and stuff like that, but you like a lot of these tools have all the stuff that you need, right? The only difference between Photoshop and Illustrator is you can blow these things up as big as you want them. So we can create as much as we can through Illustrator, and then we basically make our template like hella huge, like our available artboard hella huge, like bigger dots per, like basically points per inch, and make sure that we're doing that all on that. Well, bigger than what a shirt would be. So anything that we do in Photoshop will be not pixelated. Now, Fresca's cool because it's a way to get vector graphics and Rasta kind of merged into one. So you can paint, you can do cool drawings, like you could do a lot of stuff, right? Obviously we do whatever we want in Photoshop. Oh, this is the thing. So there is, come on, Adobe stock. Now, there is different price points to this. But this is going to be probably a pretty big key that we look at. So let's just say softball. Now, if we wanted, we could buy this picture right here. So we can get, so this one's available through it's $2.99 with subscription. So we can either buy the subscription, or I mean, like, it's kind of messed up because that's a lot for this picture. We could probably go and take this picture. We like, not that certain things, we just go take a camera out and we go and freaking, can we, you know what I mean? Like, this is something we could go and take a picture of. Like, that's not a big deal. But something like this, if we wanted to do something like this, we can actually pay for this picture, and now we can actually use that as any of our stuff on any of our things, and we will not have any sort of copyright, freaking whatever, blah blah blah, if we go as far as, like, depending on how far we go with it, you know what I mean? Like, if we wanted I don't know, we wanted this picture, but for the most part, we like those pictures like this, we can go take pictures ourselves. We could go take this picture ourselves. If there's something that we might use over and over again, then we might, and we don't want to put the work in to do this, which we could do. We could do this. It's not hard. It really isn't that hard. It looks hard. It's not hard. It really isn't that hard. So if there's stuff that we find here that's like, this is just cool, like, I don't want to have to freaking put the work into designing this, we just freaking pay for it, and then we can use it all we want. But again, like, we can go and take this picture. We just go take our cameras, you know, if we need to go buy a camera, I could probably borrow a camera. If we think this is like the best thing since freaking sliced bread, then we could pay for it. You know what I mean? But like, this is easy. That's kind of crappy. That's easy to make. We sit here and like, look, it's my glove. It's almost like I was out there. If that makes sense. Now, that would be something where we could be like, if we were gonna buy something, maybe we buy something like this as far as a commercial, or we put on the website like, RDNA or subsection. Put that right on the jersey website design, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of this stuff is not as difficult as it sounds like it could be. Like, let's just, that's if we wanted to be lazy and we just do it, right? But you want to do something cool and be like, hey, add flames to a baseball with After Effects. After Effects, like, this is like if we wanted to do it on video. Think about this. Look at this. We got a whole freaking 2-minute video on here that just be like, bam. Then we take this video, we plop it onto freaking a still picture in the form we want it. Done. How? It really isn't that difficult. We want to do it in Photoshop. We want these flames. How do we make the flames? Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Ready? Ready? Look at this, look at this. Here's an 18-minute video. You wanna know how to do it? Oh. So we added some texture. They started doing that. Where's the cool part with the flames? Oh, look at that. We got a picture of a flame. See? Full on videos on to take our what we want and make it happen. It literally is that simple. Now, our first go around is obviously going to take time. Now, once we hit a certain point, this is not going to be difficult for us at all. Like, it will literally take us like a few minutes, just bam, 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 bam. Done. Get him out of here. Sold. You know what I mean? And then that'll be our work. We use these for ideas. If there's something that they have that we just have to have, we could pay for the license for it. Like this. We can either have a girl do that for us, or we could just pay for freaking $200 or $7.99 and we get to use it on our site. I think once we get big enough, we would just be like, boom, we'll just pay somebody like do that and be like, use us, because it's our DNA, right? It's in our DNA. Boom. It really isn't that difficult. Not difficult at all. We can make it happen. Like, really, how hard is it for us to go take this picture? Not hard at all, right? Like, what I was thinking about doing for the Harvest jerseys for the church is going to the fields that we're going to play at and take a picture like this of the field that we play at. Because it's local, the team's local. That'll be the backdrop of whatever, you know, churchy thing that I put on there. You know, maybe something like this. Like, you know what I mean? I think that's where having multiple of us is going to be the key to making this work, is that the ideas that we could come up with, like this. We don't need to pay for this. We take a picture of it, of a really good picture on a white background of the balls that we already have. We'll buy a brand new ball. Take a picture of it. I mean, we don't even need to buy them because you can take a picture of it. You should totally do that, by the way. That'll help us. Put it on a white sheet of paper so we don't have to go through, and it'll be very easy to get. Try and get like not as much reflectiveness, but decent light. And boom, cut out the size. Now we have a softball to use. Nobody can sit there and tell us that we stole their softball from somewhere. That is literally our picture. You know what I mean? And whatever flames we throw on there, we throw it and we use. Like, technically, we can. That looks terrible. We could 100% do this way better. And matter of fact, the other stuff that we can use, right? Oh wait, no, we're gonna use YouTube. Sorry. You know what? Let's just look at tennis. Tennis seems to be pretty decently big. We could use any of these. You don't know, like this is actually pretty cool. Maybe we want that. Maybe we have a subscription. Maybe we want that. We can use it. Certain things that we don't want to put a whole bunch of time in, we can use this. We just got to pay for the subscription. Here, let's just go to a different page here. Blender. Add smoke to object. Ready for this? Ready for this?
Check the weather, check the...
So, it's no secret that Blender comes with a fully featured smoke simulation platform.
I
which
would
can be
much
pretty intimidating for
prefer
some people to get
if
into.
we
That
can
with all the
spend
settings,
some
voice
extra
effects,
time on our
forces,
downtime as we
domains,
start trading
source
stuff.
objects, and so on. If you're one of those people,
This does take
well,
some
you
time.
come
Some
to the
stuff
right
that we would
place.
use
I'll be
often, like
showing you how
maybe
went
we
from
create
default
a
cube to this.
softball in this,
Well, the smoke part of this.
and we use the
I'll be going over
texture
the
from the
process of
picture
setting up
that
the
we
simulation
take
scene, working
to
with
actually
vectors,
texture so
forces,
it looks
baking,
very
and
real,
finally
right?
how to shade your smoke materials.
And
If you would
then
like to see how it's sculpted and
we can
textured,
use
this
a
code
program
chat
like Blender. Blender is open source, by the way, so this is not something we actually have to pay for a license for.
Now, the way to turn these, click the pen icon on the top right. When Reagan starts here, what you're going to want to turn.
And the cool thing about it is
Cool.
we
Now let's
use
apply
it
some
to
materials
create
to it.
like an effect
First things first, add a just
that we
render
want.
if you want, and your volume with the exponent
Like something
and
we would use
multiply it
over and
for the
over again, like
density, but
a
plug that into
softball.
the emission strength input on the principal volume and set up the lighting.
And then
2
we can
camera
have
shots, and
different
send it out to
angles
render.
of certain
A
things,
whole
the
week
softball
later, I
and
import
bat,
all the
and we
rendered
can
frames
add
with
like the
After
smoke and
Effects, do
fire,
some
blah blah
color
blah blah blah,
correction, levels
and we can
adjustment,
actually
add a
let it
light
generate
dust/mist
and
to the
render
overall
like
scene
some
using
smoke
a
coming
fractal
off of
noise
it
effect.
and fire, blah
And
blah
it's
blah blah
done.
blah, and then we can take steals, so that way when we do certain things for certain people, like the fire and the smoke will always be different for them. You know what I mean? And then we can actually use certain things, you know, inside of but I mean, this is also something we could do. Like, this is an 8-minute video. This would take quite a few hours to do, but that is like, we could do whatever we want. Matter of fact, I made this in Blender. Okay? I could use this as much as I want. Nobody could tell me otherwise. I can turn this and zoom this in way different ways like that, don't it? I made that.
We lose our souls every day.
I made that. Nobody could tell me I can't use that. I can use any portion of that I want because I made it. I could zoom in, take a top-down view, a bottom view, freaking I could turn it into whatever the heck I wanted to, make it spin around in a circle, fall down, and like, you know, it got dropped down and little crumbs breaking off if I wanted to do that portion of it, but I don't. But like, I can make it drop down onto the plate, boom. Nobody could tell me anything different. Like,
What if I told you
literally these programs are designed to create these things
For example, you want to
because
create
they use them
realistic
in,
fire in Blender?
they're gonna start
Add a sphere
using
and press F3.
Blender,
Right click
and
choose
there's a
quick
movie
smoke.
or like a, you
Activate
know,
the
a
texture.
video thing.
Go
There
for
is
more
like
detail you
3D
get,
Studio
but you
Max
need
and
a
Maya
strong
that they
point
actually
to
use
point
in movie
So
industries.
change the render to
Those
cycles.
programs are
In
expensive.
the shading stages and add a third color in the
This is free.
add another
This would
color
be a way to jump in
Shows what
here.
You have a super realistic
Um,
fire in Blender.
You can actually get Blender on
You
Steam.
want to create realistic grass in Blender? Install the plugin called G-Scatter. To select an emitter, go to the right side, click on G-Scatter, and with the eyedropper tool, select the plane you want to scatter objects on.
But there is,
After that, you can go to their library
I
and
wanna say
select
that
a free
there's-
model. Click on Scatter Selected. Now you can play around with scale,
I want to say
density,
this is
and
the movie
rotation.
that they're making
If
out
you
of
want
it,
to paint where you want to have
or
grass,
numerous
go to
short
Add
films,
Effect Layer and
advertisement, TV
select
series,
Weight
and
Mask.
films now.
If you have a subdivided mesh, you can click on the brush and start
we-
painting. Even after you've finished, you can just select invert to create a path, for example. If you want to scatter your own plants and flowers, add the object selected and press scatter selected. Most of the time, the scale and rotation is off, so go and change that until it looks good. Now
Not
just
that
add
we're
some
gonna
nice
go
lights
hella
and you have
into this
created
portion of
realistic
it, but
grass in
like,
Blender.
we have all of the
You want to
tools
create a leaf
that
falling
we need
animation in
to make it
Blender?
happen.
Add a plane,
Is all I'm
scale,
trying to
and
get
move
at.
it up.
And we
Add
got
a particle
videos
system and change the number to around 250. The start
to
frame
make
to
this
minus
happen.
100 and the end to 100. If you want your leaves to fall longer, change the light.
Videos
Under
that'll help
Render,
us make
select
this happen.
Object. Create a plane and call it leaf. Select this plane now in the instance object of the
Right?
particle
We want to
system.
do this. We
Play
could do
around
it.
with the scale and randomness.
It's going to
Also
be
activate rotation
some
and
actual time
change the
design in this
randomize and
portion of
phase
it,
settings until you like it.
but
To make it more interesting, add a wind
Um,
force. Place it
I
how
think
you
certain
want
things
it
that we
and
would
change
use
the
a lot, like a
strength and noise
softball,
of
a
it.
baseball bat, we
Lastly,
probably
you
would
add a
want to do in here.
turbulence
That way you
effect.
could put the
Change
flames
the
on there.
strength and
We
size
could have
until you
different
like
flame
the falling
patterns, blah blah blah
animation
blah
of the
blah,
leaves.
and we
To
can
add
then
the leaf
at that
texture,
point
check out my last
have
tutorial.
different angles of it,
Now you have a
however
falling
angles
leaf
we want it to
animation
be.
in Blender.
We just put the time in to make it look realistic. And that'd probably kind of be like the more side thing. We'd probably just take a picture of the way we want it.
You want to create this
Um,
water simulation in Blender?
But
Add a sphere, move it up, and press
Yeah.
F3. Right click and select
but we can
quick
do
liquid.
anything
Scale
in
the
Illustrator
domain so it includes your
that
object.
we want to.
Select the sphere and in the fluid settings change
Yeah,
the flow
Illustrator
type to inflow.
tutorial.
Select the domain.
What? you learn how to use Illustrator to make that. Here we go.
Create your own
T-shirt
websites with
design.
ease using HostGator AI Website Builder. Simply
Making a text-only design used to take hours of hard work trying to figure out how to get the right adjustment.
This is the unofficial, official Kiddo.com. You want to go out there and hire a
Right.
creative designer and used to work some creative things? Let's go ahead and isolate them. Because I've noticed a lot of these fonts are
Look
custom
at the
and are
typefaces
really
that we
big
already
fonts
have
and
at our
everything.
fingertips.
And select all three and then group it.
This
back
is
together.
easily
So
made
once
by
I
us,
regroup it,
and we
then I can
just color
click
it the
on
way we
allow
want
you
it
to
to. We put these together. We
I don't know
say
what's gonna
ooh la la.
So now I can scale this up. It is a vector now, and then I can also
We
change-
might
you know,
need
we
some
changed it up
generative
really
power for
quickly. We had,
these
like, web
portions of
is
things
a
like that,
flat-
but come on. You know what I mean? There's nothing that we can't do. I already know how to halfway do this stuff. I don't know if the graphics tab. So there's a thing called the graphics tab. Versus drawing tab. So this would be like, depending on if my graphics tab doesn't work anymore, I'm fine with getting a graphics tab. I have an iPad now, but
Hello everyone,
here you
in
go.
this short
Look at
video,
this.
I'm going to tell you the differences.
Are you
between a
good at
pen
drawing?
display. I have featured such products
Can you draw?
in order to use it. Such play. Basically, you can draw directly onto your work, so it's very intuitive to use.
Do we want to
Or if
shade
you
things a
connect it
certain
to
way?
your mouse to your own instrument. It will take some time to get used to the
Talking about the differences.
US $100, sometimes even
See, this is where something like this would be super helpful.
on iPad and also on Android.
If that makes sense.
They are pretty capable. There's one that fits your budget.
Yeah,
In
me
general,
neither. I haven't drawn in a
go
while.
for
I was never
using
like
the
super
hand-eye
great at it.
coordination, but
Like,
it's a very easy learning curve. I mean, if you can use
I'm still laughing about the obviously I didn't use the graphics tab or for it but that was just the mouse. But I mean the toaster thing, right? Like how easy would it be for us to get that in there and shade it in, boom boom boom, like it'd be done. Easy. It's a lot easier considering like if you can draw. So like if you used to be pretty good, there's a lot of things. Right? Dude, I like the face. Like, I like how I like how funny the toaster guy is though already. Obviously you can make it better, but like dude looks hella funny. I think like for me, I'm already thinking like I want to put this into a character on Blender and freaking start making him like jumping into an actual pool, which would take way longer than just to draw it. But in my mind I'm like, but say we came across, we had a huge account with like a school, or you know what I mean, like their main logo isn't gonna change for a long time. Or even if it's like a jersey for a softball team, like this softball team's been together for like years or something like that. We know that they aren't going to change their main logo but they like to get jerseys every so often, you know what I mean? Like different designs. You know, imagine if we created some of this stuff, like the toaster one in Blender took a little bit extra time, but then we can have different angles of the same thing. So here's like my only thing, which kind of made me run off into a way different span. Imagine if we created the toaster right in Blender. Say Jared's this toaster thing, like they've had it for years and we wanted to blah 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 make jerseys for them, all kinds of different ones. We can, for certain people, we can create these things in a 3D environment, so that way we can, so once we have that, we can so change things and make different designs for it, like super easy. But that would be for like something that I feel like, you know, one, that they would spend the money to buy different jerseys all the time every year or something. Or they're wanting different stuff, like schools would be a really good option there. Like for instance, this was all created in Blender just because I knew at some point in time I'm gonna want to move that back. Like these are actually 3-dimensional things. I believe the lighting here is actually from a light source, if I'm not mistaken. I might have to update Blender and probably import the I'm gonna have to freaking install this thing. No. So let's go to the game lobby and then we will add a source here, window capture. Actually, let's go real quick to, I'm just gonna add it in the game capture section. So I'll add a new thing. This will make it easier for me. I'm gonna actually add this to the bottom of that. There we go. So continue, open. Do I not have the files? I don't know if I have the files anymore. Make the toaster champion. Dude, like imagine if we had a school though. Like, you know how awesome that would be? Shoot. I hope. I hope I didn't like screw this up and lose. Dude, that would suck ass. Do you know how ass sucky that would be? That's terrible. I really think I did screw up. Oh my gosh. Freaking scared the crap out of me. Freaking scared the crap out of me. Oh no. You're telling me I don't have... Do I not have... Oh. So basically, like, it's actually created in 3 dimensions, like the screens that I have. And then, like, say when I render these things, like, obviously the... is there a better one? Or do I just have, like, the TVs not visible? Remember I was showing you on what's it called? It's like literally the same thing. Like everything is object. But let's just say we wanted to go to rendering. I have it set to a specific... dude, I haven't used this in so long. So I don't even know how to use this. To be honest, I don't even remember how to use this. Render. How do I go to the rendering look? Anyways, there's a way to get to rendering look, and then like you can see what the shadows go on it. But all right, let's figure out how to use this program on the fly. So basically you have this. I believe if you select this, you can kind of do that by the you know what I mean? And then I don't remember there's whole... There's a way to select... Oh, hold on. Okay, here's the modeling view. And then we select...
I got Old Spice body wash to thank for that.
Faces?
Now he's
So fresh.
But I probably should use Old Spice too.
Damn it. How do I do this? How do we select a face? I don't know. I'd have to remember. I'd have to relearn how to use this stuff. So there's a way to like around it for us. You know what I mean? Okay, cool. We want to select the whole thing now. Let's go back to layout, I think. And this is a little too big. Dang it. I haven't used this thing in so long. Sculpting is always cool. I forgot how to sculpt. Can we extrude the whole top portion of this? Hold on, let's grab this. This is not the right way to do it, but why not? You know what I mean? This is really, there's a way easier way to do this, but dude, I haven't freaking used this program in so long. Okay, now we have a semi-rounded top. Okay, we have a semi-rounded top. Add a cube. How do we select a face now? No, we want to cut this thing. How do we insert faces? Oh, we could have totally done that instead. How stupid. Okay, we're going to get a face right in here, right? So then let's just take these and then we can make this a little bigger. That looks stupid. All right, how do we add what does edge slide mean? Oh yeah. We're gonna move this. That way. Okay, we gotta figure out how to slice, knife. Actually, we want to knife this we want to knife this. How do we knife this? Where? How does this knife thing work? That doesn't work. Okay, we're gonna cheat. Let's hope this works. Let's see if we can insert a face here. No. Okay, it does not want us to insert a face there. Okay, well, we don't know how to do it yet. But let's just say we want to extrude this downward. See, that's how we would create the what's it called? Okay, this is a single toaster toasty. He's challenged, okay? Okay, our challenge toaster here. Can we add, what kind of meshing can we add to this? We're gonna have to add a meshing to this somehow. Oh yeah, we'd have to add some meshing to it. That sucks. I don't know how to do that yet either. How do we do that? We have to fill in like remesh. How do we select? Because I think we can only do it off of like things like this that already have points. You see that? See how it already has points? That's the only way we could do it. So we have to have like a whole bunch of points here. Which I think we could do, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just grab this. Let's grab this. Let's grab that and that. Let's right click and split. Subdivide. That's what we needed to do prior. Oh yeah. Okay, now we know what we should have done on the top portion. Let's freaking get some subdivided on, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, we want the radius initially to be pretty big. Okay, now it's starting to artifact, but I mean, we get the idea, right? This is a little challenged. And then we'll bring this down a little bit. And now there's a way to go the opposite direction. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we got to get more into this. You know what the cool thing is? Okay, we got to give him a little bit of a crease for the lips there. And then we're going to take some of that away. Whoa. All right. He's got some lips there. And oh crap. So we'll put a bulge here for his weird tongue. Right. And then we'll start removing some stuff, some more stuff. See if we think that's what we want to do. I don't like the tongue. But hold on. Hold on. Oh no. Dude, I'm having a blast now. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Just in a real quickness, we gotta add. Oh my gosh. He's looking even worse now. Where's the add shape at? Anyways, we gotta add some eyeballs at some point. You see that? You see how cool that is? And then what did we figure out about oh, we figured out that we could subdivide, right? We want to make sure we only select the one. Hold on. Okay, yeah. We want to make sure that we only select that vertice. Our dude's a little challenged here. Oh no, it didn't subdivide because it's all screwed up now. Yeah, it's all screwed up. No. Okay, can we select the face? How do we select the face? Face selectee. How do we select the face? I want to select the face of this. Oh. No. Okay. Face selectee. Okay, I think we screwed up now. I think we really did screw up. Damn it. Oh man, it's all messed up. Well, that's crappy. Yeah, it's all messed up. Son of a gun. I'm sad now. We messed it up. We can't do anything. I like his face though. Ooh, okay, I got an idea. I got an idea. No, that's not gonna work. Son of a gun. Why not? Okay. We're back in business, guys. We're back in business. Back in business. We want to view no. We want to select the whole thing. Just got to make sure we also select this. There we go. All right, everything's selected. Cool. Oh yeah, that's how we do it. So then we go here so we know exactly that it's there. And then we go from the bottom and we just be like boom. Shaboom. Shaboom. And actually what we'll do is we'll probably just move it down for a sec so that way we can actually just select these portions. We're going to make his leg a little bit bigger. Cool. Now we could just, oops. We'll select these, move this back up into here. Then we'll select these. Then we can make his leg a little longer. I don't like that. There is a way to make this more round. But let's just do that. We're gonna extrude this out a little bit. Actually, let's just do the bottom. Oh, we're gonna just do the bottom portion. And then what we'll do is we'll no, I wanted to make it bigger. Isn't there a way to make this bigger? Didn't we have an area to make this big? Bevel. Oh no, we can't bevel that way. Okay. Okay, so the reason why we did this is so that way we can go here. We can unselect that. Oh, we're not going to bevel. What we're going to do is we're going to extrude this out a little bit more. Actually, we're not going to extrude it. We're just going to pull it. Yeah, there we go. We're going to pull that. And then we're going to just select these two, right? We'll pull this forward a little bit. Then we're going to select these. And then we'll move this out a little bit. Boom. Right. And then we'll select this. Pull that out a little bit. And then we're going to, then we're going to select these. And then we will extrude that out. And then, nope, guess that doesn't work. Can we bevel this? Nope. All right. And then typically, since like, you know, the feet go back a little bit, we're going to do this. I'll go ahead and move that back a little bit. Cool. He's got his little feet. Can we? What happened? Why can't we? Okay, now he's only got one foot. Okay, we screwed up. Okay, now we're gonna grab that. Gonna zoom out. Make sure we got all the points selected. Whoa. How do we duplicate? Oh, that's how we select edges and faces. Okay. I don't know how to copy. Anyways, just messing around, making the Brave Toaster. Where's our rendering camera? Oh no. Okay. 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 Back it up. Back it up. Dun, 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 dun. It'd be easier to move this, I wonder. Oh yeah. Boom. So it'll be easier to just do this. And then rotate. No, let's move the view. So let's move this down. Move this over here a little bit. We'll move it back a little bit. And then we'll rotate the camera. Let's undo that last part. Let's just go from top down. Oops, top down. Top down. Son of a gun. Top down. No. We just want to rotate that way. Then we can go from the side view. Let's find out. crap, I already forgot. Oh, render. Oh no, the light source is off. Son of a gun. Okay. So let's go back out to layout. We're just gonna take it back this way. And then we're just gonna rotate this. Oh, I guess I could have just moved the light source. That would have been smart. Okay, like for simplistic sake. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I need this light source a little bit this way. And bring it down a little bit. Just move this back. Move this down a little bit. No, that's too close. The toaster is indifferent. Oh, just so I don't have to do what's it called it? I'm gonna add the screen capture of this guy. There you go. El Toaster. He's happy. How much time did we spend on this thing? We got his 1 foot because we couldn't figure out how to copy. Oh my gosh. I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back. sculpting tomorrow, so I needed to practice. You guys are mean. Oh, I'm still here. Okay. Got his little foot down there. His little face. That's hilarious. But we could put more than one. Okay, you know what? Like this, the toaster probably wouldn't take that long to actually do. That's if we wanted to actually do some sculpting on the face. Like I could do that. It'd be way much easier to use the graphics tab to do the pin and all that stuff. Here, I'm gonna delete the screen capture. Delete screen capture. If I had the little pin, right, it'd be way easier to do. But I could actually do that. I just got to figure out how to learn how to do the program all over again. But you know, we can make rounded feet or rounded legs. Pretty simple. Where was the ad? Because like you can add oh, and that's how you do the little cool things that add armatures, so that way you can actually make the feet move. Like if you're going to animate it. Dude, I'm freaking dead right now. I don't even know which one's more funnier. Daniel, is his guy's face. I don't even know which one I like more. I'm supposed to be getting off soon. I should take a shower and then get ready for bed and play some Apex, since I have to get up early for church tomorrow, and then play golf afterwards. I don't know what's more funny, this freaking face everybody needs church, if it's a good church. If it's like one of those weird ones, you should probably not go to one of those weird ones. I like this face though. Like I want to somehow fix this. Like his face looks freaking awesome. But there's a way to do this like so much easier. And and then go from there. Do like, cause like for that, you know what I was talking about, right? Like if you draw it, like for something simple as this, like the toaster, the Brave toaster, right? Thing for, why can't I think of his name? But anyways, if we drew it, you're spending the time to draw the thing, blah 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 blah, which could take almost as much time, essentially, in some ways. Not if, okay, from my skill level of drawing right now, probably would almost take longer, if not just the same amount of time, for me to just create a bathtub inside of here, texture it whatever color we want it to be, right? And then create the legs and all this stuff, the toaster, and then it'd be like we could have them jumping in, and if it's like, oh, this angle doesn't work, I would like to see it from this angle. What if, like, so here, dude, what? That'd be so much better. We got to do this. So I'm gonna learn how to do this program. Again, we make the toaster, right? So that way we have it jumping in the thing, and on the back side it would be the other view from it jumping in, like maybe might be easier to draw it. I'm pretty sure it'd be easier to draw this, by the way. It's gonna take like way more time. But will it with our drawing skills right now? What do you think? We can get the perfect angle once we have it in here. Once we have this in here,
Wrong turn. Hey Google, play dramatic music.
Drive the new 2024
there we
Nissan
go.
Rogue. Get 0% financing for 36 months on the 2024 Nissan Rogue Platinum.
Hi, we're Visible, the wireless company that makes things visible. With us, what you see is
You want to see what's cool?
So a one-line plan with unlimited data, just $25 a month, taxes and fees included, means just that. All this with no hidden fees. And yep, it's all on one line. Because you shouldn't need to share a plan.
Dude, check this out, check this out, check this out.
It's all you. Plus, we're powered by Verizon's 5G network. Sometimes the choice is just visible. Switch today at visible.com.
You could make this
You icon animation, and I really hope you will enjoy this one. And if you do, please don't forget to leave that like. And if you're new to the world of 3D and render and you want to learn my most effective way, be sure to check out my courses. I carefully designed them to take you from beginner skills to local illustration all the way to full character illustration and textured environment. So if you're interested, please check out the link in the description. Now let's jump right into the render file. First of all, let's select the cube and the light. Press X. I believe we don't need them, but we can leave the camera in place. And now
boom.
We'll start with the plane. Now let's tap into the edit mode. Let's press S, then Y, and scale it up.
Wow. Wow, that's already gonna, that's, guy, it's gonna go like 1,000,000 miles per second there. Oh yeah, the NURBS. What do you think, like for reals, if you're still here, what do you think about this toaster design in general? Like the shape for the toaster. Maybe we just don't put that handle in there. Right? Like we don't, maybe we just don't add that, but then we add, we basically modeled it. Damn, that looks freaking awesome though. Should we put the toast in there? I don't know. Anyways, right, we could do it without the toast. We add arms And then we add feet. Here, I'm gonna done. I mean, I'm gonna freaking. I think that looks fine here, right? You know what I'm probably gonna do? Not gonna lie though, I'm probably gonna finish this whole thing and then add a toaster on the table of the getting started.
So that's it for few lights and materials. Now when you're ready with your animation, you just go to the auto panel.
Wait. So is this what he wants it modeled after? Is that like... Is this the real thing that he's like really wanting from? Because we could do that too. I mean... Maybe it's... Okay, how about this idea? Is it, though? I almost want to know now. Wait a minute. Is the brave little toaster from Beauty and the Beast originally, or is it just its own thing? Or I think it might be its own little thing. So what do you want to do? Do you want it to be modeled after this, or should we, or are you good with like this? I don't. It doesn't matter to me. They're all pretty. Like I'm probably gonna use this tutorial, right? Like I don't have to make it exactly like. This tutorial is just gonna help me make the actual toaster. And then it's more just like, hey, we extrude this part, you know what I mean? Put these little feet there.
Want to know how to create awesome videos?
Come on.
Check out motionarray.com. You can do it too. Title.
Click to release in place, and again,
Right? Because like it's pretty much the same, right? Like all I would be doing, I would be creating this part the same and smoothing it out just the same way. When we get to this part, all we're doing at this point is modeling those a little larger, like that. Probably something similar to let's go back. I like what you have here though, like the one that you sent me. So we'll probably do that. Like I'll use the tutorial to make this, you know, obviously just kind of change that a little bit. We'll change the feet up. Like once we get this like flat part on there, we'll just extrude it from that side all straight down. And then I'm not sure how we can add the cape yet. I don't know how we would do the cape. Maybe we put the cape or not put the cape. You know, however that would look. So maybe no cape. I mean, we'll probably do it without the cape just initially first, because I think that would be the easiest thing to do. And then if we, you know, if it doesn't take too long, I'll try to figure out how to do a cape. But I'm thinking, what do you think? Okay, do we want the line, the electrical line, or not? For one, question number one, do we want the line? And we could probably do the backdrop of a bathroom with it plugged in, maybe. I mean, well, first things first, we'll get the toaster on there and we'll get it like we'll use the sculpting thing to kind of get the face on there, making it kind of like nice. Possibly. I mean, why not, right? Just like that. I mean, all we gotta do is basically that tool that I used. We'll just go in a circle right there to kind of get the rounded eyes, and then we'll add circles like spheres. We just pop those in there to be the eyes. However we want to do the mouth, we can figure that out. What do you think would be like for the back? The back of the jersey would be like the other side of, like the other view. If we're gonna do it in the 3D, in Blender, we would be able to add the backside, like for the, you know, back of the jersey would be the backside of him jumping in, like. You know, with not too much more work, right? Because I mean, all we're doing is rotating it. We made him a scuba gear. A goggle and a snorkel. See, like things like that. I'm telling you, like in, it's not that difficult. It really isn't. It sounds like a lot of this stuff is really difficult, and it really isn't that bad. Like, it's still gonna, like, okay, in reality, right? How long do you think it would take us to draw it? In like realistic reality here, if we were to draw it or make it in Illustrator, we're still going to have to learn how to use the program, so it's still going to take us time, right? Now if we were to just jack the photos, that's one thing. That's, you know what I mean, that's not going to take us that much time. Then we could trace it in like Illustrator and Photoshop or whatever, and then that'll be kind of quick and easy. And then, you know, it'd just be more in our abilities to draw and put the snorkel and blah 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 blah. But in real, like, if we're gonna watch a tutorial on how to do this stuff anyways, like, look at this.
We're gonna need some more cuts, so let's press Ctrl R, and here we'll need more precise control, so we'll need 4 cuts. Right click to release, and let's just select these vertices in the middle, press S then X, scale them up, and this here as well, and maybe we can make this larger at the bottom.
Right? Boom.
So this should be the approximate shape that you should get. And now I want to make, let's disable the X-ray view. I want to make these 2 rows a little bit wider. So let's press 3 for face select, alt click this loop, and now hold Alt and Shift and select this one, and hold period on
Okay.
keyboard and switch to individual.
I mean, that's a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Press then X and scale them up a little bit.
But like, we're gonna have to learn the same crap. Anyways, we're gonna learn how. My big thing. This is what I think. This is where having like more than more than just me. Like, there would be a time and be like, we could just draw this and we'll just be done with it. And there would be times that would be like, look, we should totally do this. Like, depending on what our vision is, like we could do this in Blender like this really easy, and then we can figure out what we actually want to do before doing it. We're spending time, or we could both just start on it and just be like, all right, cool. Because there's a point, I think, for drawing, what becomes tough is, I think for me, sometimes I'm like, I want to do a whole thing, and let's show the illustration. What I did was it in this one? I don't even remember. I'm already laughing about this guy. This guy is hilarious. Right? So I'd already start getting here and I'm like, oh man, I wish it was rotated just a little bit more. And I would want to do this whole thing all over again. I could be like practically done and be like, oh, kind of wanted a different angle. And I'd want to start all over again and spend another freaking like 20 hours to do basically it be rotated just a little bit. You know what I mean? So there's that. That's where having but the cool thing I think is that at a point where we're working with certain people and we know that they're going to be difficult and be like say we get a really good client but we just know that they're difficult, we'll just do it in Blender. We'll just create a 3D image of it, because then they're going to be like, well, can we make it kind of like this? And then we can actually just do it. We already have the base of everything. We don't have to reinvent the whole freaking wheel. But then again, like, drawing would be like, at our skill, once we get to that point, it would probably be really quick and easy too. So there's that. So there's that idea. What do you think? I think sometimes this is going to take way longer, but I think if we're going to put the work in, there's a big part of me that just I like 3D design and animation. And I mean, really though, this guy is going to town on this thing.
And let's adjust the shape.
Look at
this. Again, I will do X-ray. We'll for vertex select. Press Shift and Z and bring that.
Okay.
And this is the shape you should.
Look at this. Okay.
On a numpad. Now enable X-ray view, and you can press G then Z and move it down even more. And now press S then Z and 0 to scale it to 0, and now E again to extrude. So now we can tab out and press Ctrl 2 Let's add subdivision surface modifier. Let's disable the X-ray view.
See? You see? I think look at this. Look at this guy. In 3 minutes and 38 seconds, this guy made a baseline of a toaster that now can be used in any angle you want it to be in. Right?
And this is the shape you should get. If you want, you can play with the shape. So for example, if you want this to be like more cartoony, you can go ahead and make these parts wider at the bottom. Like
Look at this. Look at this guy.
Want the shape more,
I don't even know how I used to do all this stuff.
but other than that,
But I used to know the shortcuts like that because I was in the program all the time.
first of all, let's select the bottom faces. So press 3 for face select. Select one corner and now hold Ctrl and Shift and click the opposite corner. Now let's press Shift D to duplicate. Right click to release and we'll press P and separate the whole selection into a new object, as you can see right here. So now if I tab out and select the new object, we can just continue the edit. And now press 2 for X select. Hold Alt and Shift and just select these edges on the side.
Oh, it's not that hard. It's not that hard at all.
And then S and Shift Z to scale only on X and Y axis tiny bit. And now we'll modify the top shape. So tab out, select the top shape, tab into the edit mode, and we'll just select Alt, press G then Z and bring it up tiny bit.
So that donut.
Tab out, select both of them and bring them up because I want.
So that donut is like the iconic
So we can do that right now.
donut,
We'll add a circle.
or the iconic like tutorial like first thing for Blender.
Tab into the edit mode, and again we'll need X-ray view and just press S to scale it down and move it to the corner. And now we can go to the modifiers panel and enable mill modifier and enable Y axis as well. Now let's press F to fill and to extrude.
Look at this.
Now we can press X and delete that face. Now if you tab out and press Ctrl 2, add subdivision modifier.
Look at how fast this guy's going. I mean, like, this is gonna take us some time
And now
to follow this.
tab in and let's disable the X-ray view. I want like a little ridge here for the knob. So press 3 for face select, and let's select these two faces and just press E to extrude tiny bit, and then E again to extrude all the way like this.
Look at how fast he just did all this. Look it. I mean, it'll take us some time to go through this tutorial and do it. Way longer than, you know, it took this 5 minutes for him to do this to this point. But really, how long do you think that would take us in Illustrator to learn the same stuff? We might as well do certain things that are simple in here, right? To me, that would be my opinion. Certain easy graphics, and then we have it forever. Like, we literally have this forever. And like, say like 2 years from now they want a different freaking, we want a New Jersey with, but we want him to have like a bat in his hand and blah blah blah. We freaking use the same step. Boom, bat. Throw a bat in there. Right? We want a brave little toaster to do this. Boom. We already have the toaster. We just extrude it the way we want it. We like smash it up the way we want it. We extend the stuff that we want to extend, and then like we're pretty much, I think that could separate us from some of the other companies. And serious like clients that we get for certain things, like say for instance the school or something like that, right? Or like we take the quick time to make something in here and then we do a quick video and we import that into there and make a little quick video and be like, boom. Like, that's our abilities. You know what I mean? Guess what? We also, we're mainly an apparel company, but we do have the ability to create certain. Oh, Siri wasn't busting out here. We do have the capability to create some graphic design stuff for, you know, whatever you guys want. You guys want posters, blah 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 blah. Imagine the possibilities. We just don't advertise that as our main thing, but because you're already working with us, we already have, like, it'd just be so much easier. We charge you so much less. What are you guys already paying for that? Maybe we can work something out, since we are packaging a deal with the thing, and boom, now we have an entire school and their the down from their shirts to their flyers to boom. Then we take our DNA into the corporation, the main corporation that has, that we incorporate other stuff. Yes, see, it, like, I'm telling you, like, this stuff is not that hard. It's just time. Yeah, Blanky. Like, I'm telling you, there's so many things. And the coolest thing about Blender is free. It's an open source thing that is now at, like, pretty much almost equivalent to paid versions of stuff. Right? Because otherwise you have 3D Studio Max. And the only reason, like, here's the part of the thing that I like. I already spelled 3D Studio Max. I initially started in 3D Studio Max to start creating stuff, and then before 3D Studio Max got bought out from Autodesk, it wasn't used for the industry of the movie industry, and so then I started learning how to use Maya, who Autodesk also bought out from Alias Wavefont. But, like, Maya also was the first initial thing that was used in actual movies, or not like the first, so it was the first major one that was used in movies and stuff like that. So, like, I used to create a lot of stuff in Maya. Maya's a super cool I mean, like, that's the level is used in Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, that's the level of, and it's literally the same. You learn, like, there's tutorials on Maya. Okay, let's go back to 3D Studio Max. Let's see what products
Have you tried these new Febreze
customer stories.
The new intensity dial gives you total control. I can turn it up.
I know they usually have a showcase. Who uses 3D Studio Max? So film, blah 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 blah. What's the difference? You learn the difference here. I prefer Maya just because I switched to that, and I think it's a little better for animation. Like Forza Horizon 5 is created in 3D Studio Max. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. They're both the same price. Anyways. But you can see they used it in Barbie. Look at this. Look at this. I don't know if you can see that. But I mean, this is stuff that you can create in this is stuff that you can all create in Blender. Right, same stuff. Like, it's not nothing crazy. But this is like you can, like, they have all the stuff to like make an actual movie out of it if you want to. But my personal opinion, like, we could probably, Blender is becoming more and more popular, and what they're adding to it now is becoming on par of a lot of this stuff. Like, do you want to spend $1,800 a month or a year? Now, if we find at certain point that it makes more sense to do this, maybe we do it. Maybe we do. Because like once you learn one, you pretty much see, it's free and open source, and they're creating more and more stuff for it. Like, okay, this short film is created in Blender. Like, you're probably looking at the stuff already, like, what can you do in Blender? You could do so much stuff in Blender. So why not learn it? Why not learn the free cool stuff? Look at this. We can make pixel level videos in seconds. This guy animated this in 18 days. Let's find out.
I'm gonna break down how I went from this to this. Did I make it in the top 100? No, but I hope that doesn't take away the value from this video. So, on 5th Fab, Punisher announced the endless engine necessary to accomplish that. Oh, and also I want to make sure that he's able to blink. Alright, so it looks like it works, so I'm gonna go ahead and waste more time by manually retopologizing anyway. So retopology is not a process that I often do, so I had to refer to this image over here. There's actually a substantial amount of ways to go about face topology, but the
I mean, it's all there. Oh my gosh.
Hey guys, Alex here. Welcome to Office Hours. Have you heard the buzz about people using AI to create 3D models? We've been seeing a ton of questions lately about how people can and are using artificial intelligence and 3D modeling together. So if you want to know more, or you're looking to try it out for yourself, today we're going to dive into 2 of the most popular free options out there and show you what's possible, what's practical, and what the future may hold. Keep watching. You've probably seen some of the stunning, mind-boggling images that people are creating with AI these days. And then there's the amazing renderings people can produce from traditional 3D modeling software. But did you know that people are actually combining the two together, using AI to help create, edit, and animate 3D models? Let's talk about how you can try.
You know, I don't know why I never thought of that.
Even if you have little or no experience using AI or 3D modeling software, starting with getting set up with the right tools. For the purposes of this video, we'll be talking about 2 of the most popular free options out there for both AI and 3D modeling: ChatGPT and Blender. But don't let the price tag fool you. Both of these are insanely robust and powerful tools. Let's talk about how to get up and running in Blender first. Blender is an open source software for everyone from creative professionals to
Well, this is interesting.
what it created. The interesting thing to note here, sure, animate a robot walk. But hold on, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's dial it back and quickly cover the practical fundamentals of how to actually use these two programs together. To do that, let's ask ChatGPT to build us something super basic in Blender, and then we'll go from there. Now, as I mentioned earlier, ChatGPT is able to write computer code, or what's called a script, which Blender can interpret. So in our browser window, let's ask ChatGPT to write a Blender script that creates a gold ball. You'll see ChatGPT print out a block of code, along with a short explanation of what it created. The interesting thing to note here is that ChatGPT's responses will vary, even when asking the exact same question. So if you're following along at home, your responses will look different than mine. Also note that I included the word script in my question. That's because if you just ask ChatGPT to create or model something in Blender without asking it to write a script specifically, it will sometimes respond with step-by-step instructions on how to build it yourself, which is also pretty cool, but not what we want from you.
I thought I already had my chat GPT logged in. What was his thing?
For the purposes of this video. Okay, let's
Write a Blender script that creates a toaster.
Copy the code block by going to the upper right-hand corner and clicking copy. Then in Blender, let's delete the default cube, so we start with a blank slate. To do that, select the cube and hit X on your keyboard and click to confirm. Now, in the upper right, select the scripting tab. Click where it says New, then in the text area, press Ctrl V on a PC or Command V on a Mac to paste the script you just copied from ChatGPT. Click the Run button, and in the upper left corner, you'll see what the script has created. On the Layout tab, the script you just cube and hit X on your key. In the upper right, select the Scripting tab. Click where it says New, then in the text area, press Ctrl. V on a PC or Command V on a Mac to paste the script you just copied from ChatGPT. Click the Run button, and in the upper left corner,
I did not create.
you'll see what the script has created. If you click on the Layout tab, it'll get you back to a full view. Now our ball doesn't look gold, but that
What version of... Okay, let's try this again. I'm curious, how well does this work? Write a Blender 4.1 script to create a toaster. It does exist. Okay, well that doesn't help us because it does exist. Just like the same script. So that doesn't work and it doesn't help us. Good for us. Which isn't the end of the world. For the reason that we do have a tutorial that'll help us anyways. But I like it. What else can we do? Oh, I closed the wrong thing.
If you're a business owner, then animated
I'm all
Instagram
like-
videos are the best way to capture attention, get more followers, and drive more sales. They're engaging to watch, super shareable, convert better, and make you feel like you're watching a
It would have been cool, right?
which is why they're used by massive brands like Google, Amazon, and Facebook.
Oh, look right here.
The problem is they can cost up to $25,000 for just one video.
Recreate Vision,
Or
the
require
industry's first laser engraver cutter with a unique auto-lifting enclosure.
This is Blender, open source 3D software that can be used, but the mouse Hatlution scale 2 across 2 ways. One that isn't in that grabs
Oh, yeah.
hotkeys, and I want to take a nice pretty image of this.
Check this out.
Right, so it's now just freehand rotate essentially.
Oh, that's just our step one.
A vibrant N is to bring up the prop. I've been using Blender for 20 years, so I'm going to show you how to use all of its core features. And by the end, you'll finish with not only the confidence to start your own projects, but with your very own donut animation. I know this looks
Donut
complex, but
animation. I like my donut better. But it's the same guy though. There's so many things you can do in Blender. So what do you think on if those things are, if the things that we need to create for jerseys are kind of like simple? So he's got a lighting course, intermediate, some other stuff. There's a couch tutorial. Like, I mean,
this tutorial series
right there. Like, we could create that in Blender.
Crest Pro Health's
learn how to put the textures on there,
Sprinkle
blah blah
with
blah.
realistic textures and sharp upholstery seams, and finish it off with some decorative throw cushions and a blanket for good measure. Not only will you finish with a beautiful couch that you could use in your work or portfolio, but you'll have learned the techniques to make almost any cloth-based object or furniture of your own in Blender.
Yeah, I'm gonna save
hope to
that.
see you in the course.
So what what do you think about that? Trying to use Blender in part of our jersey thing. I think possibility wise, like if certain things that we could use I guess it just depends on what makes sense, right? What makes sense for the task at hand, right? I think there's certain times that creating something in just Photoshop, Illustrator, just tacking things together would be really easy and cool and, you know, really fast. And then there might be times where creating something in Blender might be just as fast and potentially more time saving in the grand scheme of like the client, I guess you could say. I think for Jarrett's toaster thing, like the simpler stuff like that, I think Blender might in the long run be the thing that could, like Blender could be useful just because it's simple. I think we wouldn't spend too much time creating something in it. I think we'd spend a very, very similar amount of time, especially like right now, like in our abilities to use any of the programs. Regardless, I'm gonna have to learn how to use Illustrator and all that, right? Like when I did the throwback jerseys with all that stuff, I spent a lot of time like tracing out the stuff so that way it's all on vector graphics and I could blow that up as big as I want to and then get it sent over so that way it wouldn't be pixelated. And then have the colors that we wanted, blah 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 blah. I think, you know, somebody that would use the program would have got that done way faster. And obviously the more we use the programs, the faster we get at it, blah 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 blah. But I think the cool thing that we have in something simple that we could do, like I think we could probably use all things, right? We can create the scene in Blender for the toaster jumping into a bathtub and it's gonna actually look really cool. Like the 3 dimensions is going to be correct, right? The 3-dimensional space when we put it on there is gonna be correct. It's gonna look amazing. I think comparatively it could look better. And then if we wanted to, like, I don't know what your thoughts are, like, you know, the backside of the thing with the numbers on it, it's literally the backside of that scene. And we can literally just be like, boom, we don't have to redraw the whole thing. We literally just rotate it, take a picture that direction, boom, slap that on there. And then we use Illustrator or Photoshop to kind of fill in the rest of the stuff, like the design of like the jersey to make, you know, the fillers of the sides and all that stuff. And then, you know, if we wanted to, like on the arms or something, we can make them be like, you know what I mean? And then we just like, boom, we just rotate the arm a little bit, put a little hand on him. I don't know if we're going to have hands on him, but you know what I mean? Like we can kind of play around with different ideas and say he wants a jersey, you know, next year of the same team, like we could change it up a little bit. And we just already have the character there, and we just kind of tweak the character to fit what we want it to be. I think once we use the program enough and we're proficient at the program, like those guys, like we could add so much stuff to it, like so fast. Cause like, can you imagine like where the guy here?
In this tutorial, you will learn how to create a high quality production ready.
Oh, are you freaking serious? How many freaking... Oh, where's the... These are all different videos. Okay, make a blanket. See, there you go. The blanket simulator is the easiest of all of it. Now imagine we had a specific view, and like a cape is probably a thing that we're gonna end up using a lot of. How much time do you think it would be for us to create like the... Now I'm curious, like... Oh no, already screwed that up. So that's actually super cool. If it's got collision detection, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we could probably make like once we get like the base of everything done. Imagine if we had, okay, I'm kind of thinking of like, if it's got collision detection, let's just say we wanted to put on the snorkel and stuff. I wonder if it would just like once we put it like on the face, like it would actually make the dimples the way it's supposed to be on the toaster itself. Like if it does that, like how much time saving would that be? Like a snorkel and goggles shouldn't take that long. And then we get some more realistic three-dimensional things like this. I don't know. I think it's just it adds a dimension that maybe a lot of companies wouldn't use. It'd probably be better for 3 hours versus 3 years in Blender. Yeah, I'm gonna go through this like I'm gonna go through this one get toaster started. Okay, I do need help though with fired up 1 and 2 or 7, 6 and 7 or 7 and 8 or whatever it is, and harvest. if we can get something plopped together, just punch that out really quick, you know what I mean? Just like we were talking about, we're just gonna use what you guys are already using. For the jerseys, I think that makes sense. I think this helps us just get a thing going. I wonder if we do, should we do dude, I gotta get, I'll try to find the box tomorrow, the boxes that have this stuff, because then we can see if we can find the fabrics that we want initially, just right away, and maybe we start our DNA first ones with them, or not, just depending on if we can find like a fabric right away, like boom, this is the fabric. Like if we don't find the fabric right away, we'll just use, you know, hold on, do they have tags on them? Oh, they do. They already do. Okay. But it's definitely die sub. I will find out. We'll find out very soon if we have the material. And I'm just gonna have to spend the time to do it and find the box. Because I think this is something that's like we're finding the box like ASAP, like tomorrow, ASAP. And then you can check out the shirts to see if, you know, we just run with that for the AG championship thing. Shirts. I want to say maybe like $10 or $15 per shirt. Possibly. Who knows? I don't remember. I want to say it was that. Like that's what we would charge them. Like it's probably like $7 or $8 per shirt, or less. I think. I'd have to look again. I already forgot. Oh, that's right, because there's just shipping fees. To put it this way, what is that? Shipping. So 150 shirts. Total was 14 something, 1425. So almost 1500. So that's like $10 a shirt. But anyways, the die sub was more. I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. Crap. How
Tucson versus Toyota RAV4.
do I
Look what Tucson has and what RAV4 doesn't.
grab
Hyundai Tucson wins every time.
the company?
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay
Info.
apart?
AKILEX.
And stay together.
Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Now, obviously, we can have them make whatever we want. Track suits. What kind of track suits do they have? I like green. I like green. Like, we can have this company do whatever we want them to do, essentially. They have a running shirt? Where's their retail center? I'm all just looking at green stuff. Now, obviously, yeah, we can have this company make whatever we want them to make. Whatever design, however we want them to cut and piece things together. We just tell them, or if we're like, hey, we're happy with this design for a running shirt, that's fine. So they had they had Olympic. I forget what Olympic team it was. Anyways, that's why they're all soccered out. Lead time 2 weeks. There we go. Sample 5 days. Rugby. That'd probably be super helpful. Son of a gun. I don't like the website. But yeah, I have a whole thing of their different types of materials so we can actually pick the material. Like this is obviously showing them their stitch quality right here. That's why they show that. Hoodies. Where's your hoodies at? Beachwear. I don't like that. Anyways, like we're not limited to what they show here. Like I can tell them whatever we want, however we want it. Let's just say I'm very good at getting them to make things the way I want it to be. But like we can make shorts. Who uses theirs just like that? I wonder. Look at all this coolness. Where's the fashion? That looks stupid. I don't like those. What else do you guys have? Seems perfect for the golf things, except for I don't want them to have the zipper, so I'd be like, put buttons there. Their site is terrible. Fashion. Those look all very cottony and dumb. Dude, we could have them make sports bras. Girls like sports bras. Easy. Dude, do you know how fast that we can make this line of sports stuff for our DNA? If they already have the sports bra, like, dude, we can, oh my god. I say we hit them first. I mean, we hit that huge. We're gonna need Bree though. We're gonna need Bree to be like, help us with the design for the chick stuff. You know what I mean? Dude, they love yoga pants. That's exciting. That's exciting. Holy crap. This site is terrible. Like, literally opened up new pic. Anyways, I like it. Now, it's even more better than okay, my freaking neck and back hurts now. Then, if we don't like what they have, we can find another company that has a lot of years of experience. You know what I mean? That's like the easiest thing to do. Well, no, not the easiest thing. The easiest thing to do is to talk to them in that way of like, look, I want this. This is what I want. Make it the way I want to, or I'm going to find somebody else. But I have a cool way of telling them that, and our cool businessy-ness. Usually I try to find ones that are like have that make stuff for major companies, or at least have like stuff like that, basically certain specific teams. Easy. Well, we got it. We can make it. We make it happen. Anyways, I'm gonna shower, go to sleep, create some cool toaster stuff tomorrow after whatever. Thinking about all the cool stuff. Anyways, legitness, we'll chat more about it. We'll get some stuff started. Hopefully tomorrow I can find all the stuff, and maybe we get a sample made, get it shipped over here, and then see if we liked the fabric that we choose. You know what I mean? And then we'll go from there. All of the coolness. Legitness.